What's up, chat? How y'all doing? Hope everyone's having a good day, good night, good evening, whatever time you've got. Had an overnighter in the woods last night, and now autism finished my weekend off perfection. Yes, chat, I am sorry that the autism is on a different day today, but my work decided to change my schedule at the last minute, so that's what we're stuck with. It'll be Sunday for the next 2 weeks. This week and next week. Yes. After that, supposedly, schedule is going back to normal. But my managers hate me, so who knows? I'm here finally because we are at a time I'm not working. So that is the thing. Autism will always be at 2 p.m.-ish. It is a good time slot, I think. And it gives people like a different time to watch me than like late at night. So Ava, how's your week?
My week has been good, but extraordinarily busy. And also, I have a hairline fracture on my ankle that I found out about.
That's rough. Went to a doctor? Oh, Ava's back
Yeah,
on
I
that
went to a
delay.
doctor and got it figured it out. No, I'm not on the delay. I'm just ADHDing the fuck out right now.
Ava's fighting with people on
I'm trying
Twitter.
to close all my extra windows.
So until the European Union decides we can't watch lollies and shotas anymore, watch.
I mean, you can watch us. Not on the other side, but here, it's fine.
Yeah.
Probably.
Would you like to talk about that first, Ava? The UK doing a fun law.
Oh, yes, we can. Wait, a fun law. Yeah. I mean, here's the thing. A lot of people forgot that this was a law that was passed last year by Parliament, their version of Congress and all that. Look, I don't know UK law. I don't view it as actual law. It's fucking retarded. We got rid of that shit 200 years ago, okay? But Parliament decided to pass a law that requires ID verification to access any site that the government determines is age sensitive. As a result, a lot of porn, a lot of Rule 34, just Discord, so many things are just breaking over there now. So, yeah.
Pretty much. A bunch of companies are going through with it and trying to get themselves in compliance with it. Unfortunately, I think it would just be better to say, sorry, EU, we're not doing business over here. Which I know they're not going to do because it's a loss of business, but still.
Yeah, this is different than, say, like, Collective Shout's efforts to get card processors to censor Steam, itch.io, and stuff like that. Our response to that is actually proposing a law in the Senate and actually trying to limit payment processors. What's happened to the UK right now is the result of a law that they voted for. So I'm sorry, like, they're cooked. They're fucked. I feel very bad. If you live in the UK or EU, fucking move. I don't know, because clearly your representatives are not, they're not
looking out for you.
showing your interests. Yeah, exactly. They're not looking out for you. Yeah, it's a really nice reminder that Europeans don't actually have any rights. So the UK, at least. At the very least. I know that some EU countries are also experiencing stuff as well, but I think that's just because of how integrated with the European Union is with the UK system still, even though Brexit happened years ago. But I think the EU glitches, quote unquote, will probably get fixed. If you live in the UK, get a VPN. There's really no other alternative for you.
Basically, yeah. And there's nothing really we can do other than say, sorry, bro.
Yes, I mean, here's the thing. Lollies and Shotas have been warning you that this was going to happen sooner or later in the future because they came for us first. Now, I still find it deplorable that they're being censored. I don't want them to be censored, but it is happening, and it's something that they could have fought back against when they came after us. But you didn't. And now here you are in a way that a law is passed and it's being enforced in a way that outside countries can't really interfere with. We can voice our displeasure, but that's the best that we can do. UK, you need to take back your government, is what you need to do.
Yes. And all we can do is point and laugh.
I mean, I'll snicker a little bit, but I never view censorship fondly, even if, on some level, the people who are being censored were quote-unquote asking for it. It's still a net negative for free speech in general, so I try not to laugh.
Yeah. It's hard for me not to laugh at the UK, though.
Oh, look, I don't blame anybody for laughing. I'm like, you know what? Fucking chuckle it up, because absolutely they deserve some laughing at. I can't bring myself to do it, and that's the lure in me.
I mean, understandable.
That's the lure in me showing like, okay, this guy is an absolute piece of shit garbage human, but the cops are violating his rights here. Like, that's yeah, I have to have that kind of nuance, otherwise I'm not doing my job.
True enough, true enough. There is no way to really get out of it in a legal manner. All our government parties will push this or lie about not pushing it. I mean, that sounds about right for European
Well, they'll
Parliament.
use the moniker of protect the children's
That's to
to
protect
take more
the
and more of your
children's,
rights away,
guys.
which is what they're doing. The children, think about the children!
Which, by the way, for anybody who tells you, like, that is an excuse, just remind them that the law says anything the government deems harmful to children can be censored. Not just porn. I don't know where people got the idea it was just a law against porn.
Apparently, UK people are doing a petition to repeal Online Safety Act. Last time I heard, there was 2,500 signatures. Decent, but any initiative in the US or UK, thanks to Stop Killing Games, that we know, they don't really even look at it unless it gets 1 million signatures, and I imagine that's a standard beyond just initiatives, but to petitions as well.
Yeah.
I mean, for instance, I know that the White House had a petition maker, and if it got 1 million signatures, it would the White House would respond by their own rules, what they set out. But again, that was still that 1 million freaking requirement. And how many people? Population of the UK. Let's see here. 68 million. Okay, well that's. You guys should be able to get to 1 million signatures. But again, they can also just dismiss it by going, oh, well, those are people outside the UK. Those weren't actually you guys. Again, more needs to happen than just a petition or a letter taped to somebody's door. Like, you guys need to take actual control over your government.
Yeah, it's really the only way it's going to get fixed. Like, signing the paper is good and all, but it only goes so far.
They're blocking Wikipedia? What?
Oh yeah, Wikipedia is not in compliance.
I don't mean to laugh, but holy shit, they're blocking fucking Wikipedia.
Yeah, Wikipedia is not in compliance because, like I said, it's not just porn, it's anything the government deems harmful. So Wikipedia needs to delete historical pages the government believes has harmful information.
Jesus Christ.
People bored people. This was how it was going to be. People are like, nah, it's fine.
Yeah, this is how, I mean, look, people like to respond with this kind of legislation, and any critique of the legislation being, look, it starts here, but this is where it's going to go. It is very close to what we would call a slippery slope fallacy, and therefore a lot of people tend to ignore it. But when somebody is making an argument and that person is not prone to making fallacy statements or fallacy arguments, and they say something like this, then you should not just dismiss it going, oh, slippery slope fallacy. No, this is a cause and effect scenario. If this happens, this will happen later down the road, and you'll have only yourself to blame. Now, look at what's happened. Were we wrong? I don't think we were.
Exactly. They want to pretend we were. And it's only going to go downhill for them.
It will get worse before it gets better, for sure. Because, like, again, you guys are going to need to... You're gonna need to vote out the people in Parliament. I don't even know how you guys vote for your representatives over there. Or if you even vote for your representatives, or if they're, like, appointed positions. I don't know. And so the question is, how do you get the people who are in power right now making the laws, how do you get them out of power so they stop making the laws? Because the Prime Minister, as far as I know, he's kind of like the president in the way of, like, yeah, he'll sign the law or whatever, but there's not a whole lot of executive duties going on with, like, the Queen or the Prime Minister. Parliament is pretty much what runs the show. Similar to the United States, Congress is supposed to be what runs the show.
You said duty.
So you need to change out the seats in there. Wait, what did I say?
You said duty.
I did say duty.
That
Diarrhea.
Sorry, I'm being childish. I think it's funny.
It is hilarious. But look, I again forgive people for being childish in this situation because Parliament is acting like a bunch of fucking children. So I don't know what to say other than that. Like, you guys are fucked. You need to change the seats of who's making the laws and stuff, and you need to make your government yours again. The Magna Carta was far too early. I mean, like, guys, come on. Was that your last bit of actual independence? Was the signing of the Magna Carta?
Something for first past the post, the current government got in with approximately 20% vote share due to vote splitting. They never had a mandate.
So you're saying that so wait, are you saying that this was voted in for and correctly? So this wasn't even correctly implemented?
No, they're explaining how their vote system works.
Okay, gotcha. First, a past post current government got in. Okay. They did vote sharing. I gotcha.
The UK system is weird and basically means that a minority of people can dictate the majority.
Yeah, you gotta watch out for that. Including the aggressive redistricting and gerrymandering that many states are currently doing.
Yeah. That's also a problem. I think it's a smaller problem than your whole system being broken, though.
Yeah.
Fallacy of fallacies. Because an argument is fallacious does not mean the conclusion is wrong.
No, but typically speaking, with most fallacies, fallacies hint at a dishonest argument, and that is the reason why they can be easily dismissed. But the fallacy of fallacies is one that I've never really agreed with, is because it's an exception to the rule when, like, we employ the slippery slope fallacy and end up being right. Now, of course, we do that knowing that, like, okay, well, this is what happens when we hyperbolize a statement. We're not actually hyperbolizing the statement. Well, we have checks and balances before we make the statement. But fallacy of fallacies is very much an exception to the rule. Most of the time, if someone is using a fallacy to win an argument, the conclusion is wrong and dishonest.
I am also going to say...
the majority of the time.
I'm going to just disagree with both of you on the fact that as a habitual arguer, fallacies were never intended to be actual arguments. They were intended to be rules for debate. To be like, okay, we are going to have a friendly debate, and these are things we are not going to do in the debate. And most fallacies are stuff that you're just not supposed to do in general, Like, a big one is argumentum from Hitler, where you just compare something your opposition did to
Godwin's
Hitler.
Law.
Yeah. Oh, well, there's actual fallacy for it as well. Godwin's Law is every conversation on the internet will eventually return to Hitler.
It was made a fallacy, though. Like, they even when you look it up, though, you can look it up parentheses Godwin's Law.
Yeah.
It will say the name of the fallacy, but it's like, this is where the fallacy came from. Which I completely agree. You cannot escalate things to the point of Hitler. And like, that's insane to use in a legitimate, honest debate. Like, come on.
Yeah, and there are two specific things that fallacies try and target. The first is stuff that's just kind of dishonest argument that doesn't really matter. A big one is argument from emotion and ad hominem, because attacking the person you were talking to does not further your argument at all, and trying to convince people to emotionally agree with you doesn't actually prove a point. And then the other side is arguments that are fallacies because they are so excessively true that it is just unfair to use it. And I would consider slippery slope as being one of those. True, yeah. Because literally everything you do is technically a slippery slope. So you could be like, oh, your thing is a slippery slope to this. And I can just immediately turn around and says, yes, and your thing is a slippery slope to this other thing.
Well, here's the thing, and this is what I would come back with in terms of people trying to condemn slippery slope fallacies, because slippery slope fallacies are real, they are valid, but they have a core component that people love to ignore: the hyperbolization. There's a hyperbolization element to slippery slope. So basically, look, if this thing happens, if you ban candy, well, guess what? It's going to kill children everywhere. How the fuck did you get there? That is such a ridiculous jump in logic and stuff that maybe if you connect the dots, you can get there eventually, but it's so extreme, it's a slippery slope. Us explaining cause and effect and going, look, down the road, this is what's going to happen. There's no slippery slope. There's no slope. It's just down the road, cause and effect, this is what's going to happen. That does not constitute a slippery slope fallacy. You need to have hyperbolization in there.
Well, not really. So the point of the slippery slope is if your argument against something necessarily requires you to look to the future, then your argument against it is not particularly strong. And that's because the thing you were arguing against should by itself be a negative. You should not argue against something that is not a negative because it can be used to create a negative later. Like, that's why with a lot of this stuff, I would say it's not necessarily a slippery slope, because the Internet ID law on itself should be opposed, because it by itself is a bad thing. It's not in the future it will be a bad thing.
You've already reached the bad thing arriving at ID verification. There is no ID verification leads to worse stuff, which I guess it does implicitly, but step one of this slippery slope is already bad. So that's not a slippery slope, that's just a bad thing.
Yes. And a lot of people need to kind of get used to like that line of thinking where, no, ID isn't, we're not saying ID leads to bad stuff, we're saying it leads to worse stuff, but ID itself is already bad. It is already a problem.
Nathan Perquin also says, people didn't care about the ID law because, and I quote, there's no way to enforce it realistically. And this is actually true. For those who don't know, I watched on Twitter somebody use a video game to do ID verification, and this dude looked like a blocky Jesus. But because a person could open their mouse model, their model's mouth wide enough, it's like, yeah, you're human, you're of 18, you're good. I'm like, dude, this is so obviously a video game. Wow, this is an absolute shit fucking software.
Yeah, it basically uses phenotypes.
It doesn't work the way it's intended.
It basically uses stereotypical facial phenotypes to try and determine what you are, which for obvious reasons is not good.
Which, by the way, for me, I don't pass those. There's a reason, like little bit of lore. I considered doing OnlyFans for a hot minute. Signed up for an account, had to do ID verification. I was told no. even though I provided my ID, they're like, no, this must be fake. You're not, you don't look 18. And I'm like, okay, but I am. So it's like, yeah, but because you don't look it, by our methods or whatever, our standards, boom, you're not allowed to even have an account here. Banned. Gone. See ya.
Yeah.
Gura would have trouble. Shonda would have trouble. Fucking, Henya would have trouble. You would have trouble, for God's sake.
No, my face is, pretty
Oh,
adult
it's your
looking.
face? Yeah. Oh, is it? Okay.
It's a very unfortunate face for a twink.
Do you just have the Giga Chad face and but that twink body?
Very, very strong
That would be
jaw.
actually so fucking funny. You have the strongest jaw on a twink body.
I very much dislike it, but it is the curse I was born with. And you came in last night and saw that Gelboro has announced kind of what tags are being censored,
Yes, I did see that.
which is more along the Visa MasterCard thing, which again separate from the ID law stuff. The ID law stuff is pushed by government, which I don't know why
Yeah,
people
this is being
don't
pushed by
understand that.
a crazy feminist Australian group called Collective Shout, who has expressed support for the disgusting movie known as Cuties.
Yeah, don't know how that happened. It seems like everybody in
No,
these
but
like
hey,
groups are just pedos.
they're all for protecting women and children, right? Even though Lomi brought up an amazing point the other day and said, look, you know, these rape, these incest, these games are usually played more often by females than males, and I can attest to that
Yeah,
as well. So, like, yeah.
the women are the one who like the
Again,
violence.
if you're not protecting your stated, like what you stated to protect, what are you protecting?
Yeah. Like, these games are typically not particularly popular with men at all. A lot of
No,
times
I mean, I know men who wouldn't get caught dead, like, they like the games, but they wouldn't get caught dead with it being visible in their Steam library.
True.
Because then people are going to ask questions.
Why they rescheduled a Sunday? My work rescheduled me a day before the week started.
Yeah, Mizutamari's work is big stinky.
But hey, I've mentioned this before. Streaming at this point is making me almost half of my paycheck. I think within a year I can probably just go part-time and focus more on streaming stuff. But
That
we'll
is
see how that
pretty
goes. Daily autism at that point.
So what do we have? Dairy losses. What do we have on the docket here, Judge Mizu?
Yeah, so chat, I got us 2 videos today. The first one, it took me a minute to find it specifically, but a guy is...
Oh, is this the one you were telling me
Yeah.
all the AI descriptions were fucking with the you fighting the actual case?
Yes. So apparently it really is just like a short 5-minute interaction with the judge. But this... I don't want to describe it because then it ruins it. This guy is crazy. For a $100 fine, he talks himself into like 3 months of jail instead of just paying a $100 fine. $100
So wait, he
bro.
gets the maximum sentence you're allowed to give in a contempt of, like, criminal contempt.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think they can only do 90 or 100 days.
Yeah, he gets maxed
So
out.
yeah, this guy over $100 got the max for criminal contempt.
And then we have a hour-long video from a channel called the Court of Public Opinion, which thank you, Court of Public Opinion, for uploading the like in such long, complete chunks for me. It's much appreciated. Which the theme for that video, even though they didn't specifically have a theme, is Stalkers. And we have a couple.
Oh, those are. I've dealt with several stalker cases.
Yeah, so that video has a couple
Happens,
stalkers in it.
comes up a lot in family law.
Surprisingly,
No, Dad, you
only...
can't hang out in the bushes of your backyard. You have been barred from the freaking property. You can't do this.
Surprisingly, only one of these technically have to do with family law.
Okay.
One of them, there never even was a relationship. The meme of I can talk a speeding ticket into a death sentence was true.
Yes, and I will say too, like the ones that are even creepier than like family law, it's like okay. You can almost make some, like it makes some amount of sense. But the ones where like, dude, she doesn't even know you. She has no idea who you are, and like for her to find out that you have this much knowledge on her. Oh my god.
The first one in this case, I don't want to spoil it, but this lady just is proper nutter butters. But here, I will share screen with...
Alright, let me buck the ball. Thank you. I didn't mean to sound like Baloo from Blue's Clues there. Buck the bow.
Are a little quiet, by the way. I can't really get you any higher, though.
I can fix that. Try that.
Yeah, it's a bit better. By the way, chat, unfortunately, we will not actually see the guy who gets the 90-day contempt because he refused to turn on his camera. But we will get a reaction from the peanut gallery.
Oh, that's weird.
There's a phone number that ends in 88.
Oh, also, so this channel is Old Squishy Gardener's Court Watch. I do actually watch this channel from time to time.
I'm not gonna lie, that's an amazing channel name.
Yeah.
83, can you please unmute your device and tell us your first and last name? It's star 6 to unmute. Hit star and 6 to unmute the device. 8883. Please hit star 6 to unmute your device. We can't call your case if we don't know who you are.
Also, really quick, Wolfsbane for 10. Don't forget that the censorship from payment processors also go after fanfiction sites. No, the sites that are 85% women. Good job, Creative Shout, for your incompetence. And it's collective shout. But yes, they are... it's going to target a bunch of women-centric sites as well. Probably more so.
Far more so, yeah.
Hello?
Yes, please tell me.
There we go.
As a side note, I love Zoom Court for the fact that it seems like people are more willing to be unhinged in Zoom Court because they don't think of themselves as actually being in a courtroom. But I also hate it because apparently nobody knows how to use technology.
You have the added advantage of the person being comfortable in their own environment.
Yeah.
And as a result, you get some hilarious, like, you get shit like, there's one thing putting on a suit or nice clothes, going to court. You're like, it's like restaurant behavior. You know, it's present, it's there. But guess what? Here, throwing on a shirt and then throwing on Zoom call or Zoom court is like, yeah, it's not the same. And you don't have the same filter that you might put on before walking up those courthouse steps.
And knowing that there's a bailiff in the room watching you.
Yeah, that could very easy. Yeah, time to go.
Your first and last name.
Well, my name is Benjamin Meyer, M-E-Y-E-R, unlike the paperwork that I've been sent. But it says M-Y-E-R. It is not me.
Oh, so at first when I heard this, I thought we were about to get into a sovereign citizen rant. Because, you know, they always do the I am not the named person bullshit. Until I realized that he...
This sounds like a legitimate just spelling mistake.
Yeah, until I realized that they just, like, made a spelling error on the paper, and he's flipping shit over it for some reason.
Which, again, well, here's the thing, like, when it comes to even prosecutors or any like court servers or whatever, like putting in a filing a motion like this, typically speaking, the court clerk will see even one typo like that and they will send it back. You have to refile. So again, why this typo made it through the court clerk is beyond me, but that in and of itself is inappropriate. Words are matter, spelling matters, word placement, letter placement, all of that. So I understand why it's slipping his shit, because in the eyes of the court, this is a big deal, but they're acting like it's not. But I know for a fact that it is, because the court clerk always fucking gets on your ass about any typo. Totally not a personalization of me having a problem with a past court clerk I've had dealt with.
Yeah. I actually don't think it's not that they're not treating it seriously, it's that he goes to 11 immediately and refuses to let anybody speak. Because he's not going to stop here, he's going to keep going.
Okay, let's see here. Well, let's see.
I am here under duress.
Mr. Meyer?
See?
Sorry. I'm so sorry. That was so fucking funny. I'm here under duress. No, you're not. What?
It's a Zoom hearing, bro. And yeah, you see the channel,
His
put it
voice
here.
does sound robotic. I'll give it up to like probably just low quality microphone, like should I deal with all the time. But when he first started talking, I was a little concerned. Like, is he using AI voice? But he's not. I thought he was, but he's not.
But yeah, you see the channel here had the same thought as me. At first I thought we were going to get a Sov sit, because Sov sits also do the I'm here under duress thing as well. Or they'll do like duress, coercion, a bunch of other buzzwords.
That's a very common Sov sit move, which is how, and as soon as this hit, I'm here under duress. Okay, yeah. You know, he might not be on paper a sovereign citizen, but at least in spirit you are.
Yes, ma'am. Meyer, not
Please
the person you had
talking.
spelled on this page.
Mr. Meyer, please stop talking.
Yes.
The court will call the case of the state of Michigan versus Benjamin Meyer, case number DIB 053809. Is that correct?
See what's for the people.
267659. Thank you. Mr. Meyer, you've placed your name on the record a number of times at this point. You're here for a contempt hearing today.
By the way, it's going to be so fun having this dude in the top left here, because even though he's not speaking, he could hear everything that's going on. He's probably here for his case soon after this guy. So we're going to get to see his reaction to hearing this information.
Okay, that's pretty funny.
Mr. Meyer, you owe this court $168. When do you plan to pay it?
I do not plan to pay it because I don't own it. Period. End of discussion.
Okay. Well, then what I'm going to do, Mr. Meyer, is find you in contempt of court.
And what you're going to do is find yourself in a 1984 federal lawsuit.
All right. Let's do it however you want to do it. You're found in contempt. You need to be here in person.
Absolutely not. I will not be coming to your court for any fucking reason.
Bench warrant to issue.
And what you're going to do is find a gunfight and a fight on the side of the fucking road.
All right.
This court, this fine and fee was paid 10 years ago or more. Now you can either fucking listen, or we can do this out in front of your court.
Whoa! Holy shit! Oh, hey, oh my fucking god! Holy shit! Hold on, I'm not emoting properly for this. Hold on. There we go. My god, dude. Yeah, I mean, he just whipped himself up into a fucking frenzy real fast.
For like I get it, man, if you paid this contempt charge years ago, but you need to like make that argument and not just be like, yeah, I'm gonna kill you in front of the courthouse.
Yeah. Oh my god, alright. Look at the dude. This Jake Gary Todd. Look at him. He's like, whoa, okay.
Guess we're going there.
fine was paid 10 years ago. Will not be paid again. You fucking damn near shot me and killed me. Are you fucking kidding me? Have you goddamn lost your fucking minds?
30 days in the Washtenaw County Jail. Keep it up. We'll go with more.
And we'll see you hung in front of Washtenaw County Jail.
All right.
Yo, whoa, Jesus, you can't do, my God. Oh, jeez, oh, fuck it, I'm like, there, just, oh my, we'll see you, huh? Look at that guy looking back, like, what? Dude, that's not me, don't come in here, that's not me.
I didn't say, like,
Dude,
I didn't say that
he
shit.
called for a lynching. He called for a legit lynching on the courthouse steps. Like, what is this, 1783?
I also have to say, I don't think it's because of this. I think this dude is just kind of unhinged.
Yeah, no, big time.
First off, don't threaten to lynch the judge. Second off,
You can't call for an
don't
ending
do it with
of
the
a
judge's
judge on the
black.
courthouse steps.
because then it looks like it's
Yeah,
got a racial
yeah,
component
just-
to it.
Yeah, I don't hit. Look, and that's the thing. I don't think there's a racist component, but just by happenstance, because the judge is black, it became racist.
I love the random dude that's in here on another case. He's like, it'd be so
Dude,
funny
look,
if
he's
this.
going full pod face right now. He's looking back at the bailiff coming in, going, "Dude, are you hearing this right now?"
It would be so funny to me if this poor dude is just in here because he was like in the drunk tank for the night or something. Or something
Yeah, and
small
he's
and
just
stupid.
subjected to this.
Threats,
Holy
I'm
shit.
gonna report that to the Attorney General.
I'm reporting you to the fucking Attorney General. Are you fucking nuts?
Everything you're saying is being recorded.
You are a
and it will
goddamn
be
tyrant.
recorded. All right.
I called the
60
goddamn fucking attorney's office and you fuckers rejected me. Are you insane?
3 days in the Washtenaw County Jail. Keep
Yeah,
it
that's
up.
60.
Oh, you'll find yourself in prison, bitch.
All right.
You think you're a goddamn king or a fucking tyrant?
90 days in the Washtenaw County Jail.
Below me, bitch.
All right.
Okay, so we do have a problem here with the 90 days. The additional 30 days, you'll find yourself in prison. That's not necessarily a threat. The only person who could facilitate that is the court or the AG or the A, etc. Now, calling you a bitch, yeah, it's not nice, but let's be real. You don't throw contempt charges against somebody over bad words. The first two, I completely agree with. Absolutely. I would have honestly given him 90 days for just those. But you added the third contempt charge, the additional 30 days after he said you'll be found in prison and called you a bitch. Nothing there is of the standard of being held in contempt, in my opinion. You have to separate the charges. I know it's hard to. It's hard to get not emotional with a guy attacking you and threatening you. I get it. But let's be real, that last contempt charge was weak sauce.
It was, but because of the other stuff, I don't think anybody would really hold it against her. But yeah, no, it's fine.
Yeah, no, it's definitely because it built up to this. I get it. I'm calling out the weakest of the charges as what they are just because.
Yeah. That's right though. Gary over here is just getting go. You can
Dude,
see it
Gary's
on
like,
his
dude,
face.
he was upset he was here. Now he's like, dude, I'm locked in. Dude, this looks like a guy who just sat down for his new favorite show.
Yeah. He's like, there's no way my case can go any worse than this. Judge might just be happy to have me say yes ma'am, no ma'am. I could have swore he said one more.
I'm gonna need to call the jail and let them know that he made threats against me and anybody that's coming.
Oh, that's just that, yeah. But yeah, that was. I saw this one. It
Yeah,
came
that
up-
was. I mean, that was the fastest tweaking. And what's hilarious too is this was about a fine of a previous contempt hearing too. So like, this is clearly a pattern that this man has established.
Yeah. It's like $100 fine almost. It's like, just pay it, bro. Like, I don't understand why you had to like do all this. I'm gonna gunfight you on the courthouse steps. You're hanging in front of the
Yeah,
courthouse.
trial by combat went away a long time ago.
These kind of things are why
Lawyers
I'm
no
more than
longer
happy to have
duel in
jury
front of the
duty.
courthouse steps, 10 paces. That doesn't happen.
Too far. Look on the guy's face as a damn, and I thought I messed up. Yeah, no, that guy's gonna have a much easier time with the judge as long as he just does his yes ma'ams and no ma'ams. But yeah, I saw that one on an AI channel, and I had to look around to see if I could find a full video of it, because they clipped around a lot of it.
I see why it was so hard, because again,
Yeah.
4 minutes and 35 seconds. It wasn't a long hearing.
Yeah. He had clipped around it a bunch, and it was hard for me to tell, like, if it ended, or if it was more the case or not. I think this one I found kind of clarifies that, yeah, it really was just... And it ended fairly quickly. But that was a short one I had for us today, guys. Then we have a regular long one, just over an hour. First two cases, I think, take up about, like, 30 minutes of it. And then the last case takes up the other 50.
We'll then
God
call the
damn.
Case of Dustin Stonecipher and Jennifer Hunt. And Mr. Stonecipher, you're a teacher,
Yes. Yes, Your Honor.
and you used to be the teacher for Ms. Hunt's child, is that correct?
Correct. From about February of
So this is the entirety of this guy's relationship with this taught their child in school. Start to finish, that's it.
Yeah, look, like, especially lonely moms, like, you're teaching her kid skills that he needs to know. You might be a match.
She's
Like,
married.
I'm not saying that's right. I'm just saying that's her state of mind, and that's her train of logic, and it's not good, but it's there.
I do want to clarify it before we get too far into it. The mom is still currently married. She's not single. She's not like a widow or a single
oh,
mom.
Jesus, even worse.
It's just fucking weird. He almost looks like
It's got
Spoonie.
weird.
Calm down, chat.
He does. He actually does.
2023 to about
Here's mom, by the way. And then the judge in this one gets 2 court cams.
November of 2023.
Hey, look, you gotta get both my good and bad side.
Right?
Apologies. To November 2020.
And-
So I had the year incorrect.
During that time, and I believe subsequent to that time, it appeared to you that Ms. Hunt developed an infatuation for you, and she responded to you or in ways that you felt uncomfortable with, and you reported it on a regular basis to your principal. Is that right?
It did not appear to me she had an infatuation with me. After her son had left my class, she gave me a note in April of 2023 confessing as much, and I involved administration immediately. Because
This
I
guy's
did
well-spoken.
not want accusations being leveled against me or to be seen as not being transparent.
I do like that opening from him, though. No, it didn't seem that way. She gave me a note, Your Honor, that said it was that way.
But what's interesting too is it didn't seem that way during the period of time in which the student was enrolled under this teacher. The second that the student left the class is when the note was given. So I'm willing to bet that Miss is it Jennifer Hunt?
Yeah.
The defense?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm willing to bet that Miss Hunt here was completely fine with everything handling the way they were with the student in the class, and she has her fantasies and whatever. The student leaves the class. Well, now that's no longer there, and it no longer serves whatever twisted fantasy she has. So she needs to reach out and make contact.
Yeah.
I think that's probably why what she was thinking and stuff, and why this has come out of left field completely for poor old Dustin here. By the way, Dustin Stone Cipher, amazing name. Stone Cipher, what the fuck, dude? You should be in a freaking action film.
That's what chat said. Stone Cipher, such a boss last name. I've never heard Stone Cipher before. What's the context? Oh, don't worry, we're getting the context. We just started.
Okay. And what's been your communication to Ms. Hunt that you did not want her contacting you in that way?
Initially, she had said she wanted to get together and talk, and I responded with an email saying that I would not prefer to discuss that matter further. I then cut off contact entirely for fear of any action I took being misinterpreted as anything but the same amount of kindness I would extend to all of my parents, current and past. And I had my administrator request that she no longer contact me. She continued to include me on emails regarding her son,
Okay.
on emails regarding her on personal matters. She found my birthday and sent me a personal birthday message. She and her child showed up at my house trick-or-treating. And then most recently, she has sent gifts to my home, naming my child and me and my wife. And it's very stressful considering
So I'm going to interject here and say, look, yes, everything is wild except for one thing. The student and the mother showing up for trick-or-treating. You clearly live in the area, the school district he goes to school, that's gonna happen. Like, regardless, like, that's very likely to happen.
Actually,
Everything
they cover that. He lives on the other side of town.
Of the line. Oh, do they? Oh, no. Oh, come on. Well, you know what, still. When I was a kid, and my dad can attest to this, we had a freaking family friend, I'm forgetting their name. This bitch was crazy, okay? She drove us across the entire town. We hit numerous neighborhoods. Just so we had like three big black trash bags of candy that year. But there are women who are crazy enough who will take you across town just to do trick-or-treating. So
fair. I think this was more of a contextual thing.
I think he could have left out. Oh, their kid and mom and the mom showed up trick-or-treating. Okay, so everything else is horrible. You only need to lead with that. Giving you gifts, finding your name, your birthday, your fucking kid's name. This is all fine. You don't need to like add. Oh, by the way, they also went trick-or-treating. Okay, so, like, again, it's just, in light of everything else being accused, it seems just weak. It's something I, as his attorney, would not have included.
Yeah, but he is pro se, so I think we can leave him, like, a little leeway. Or, like, he just...
Okay, he's pro se. Well, you know what? I will say, if he's a pro se litigant, he's doing an excellent job representing himself. Far more than I thought he had an attorney.
I will also say that, I don't want to spoil it, but he finds out that she did some other stuff during this trial because she just admits to doing it.
Oh, no. Okay, gotcha. So there's he gets hit with a couple by like, you did fucking what?
Yeah. He even says at one point, Your Honor, I did not know she did that. I'm even more uncomfortable now.
Yeah, okay, gotcha. Oh my god, this poor guy.
None of this is wanted, warranted, or necessary, as there is no reason for her to professionally communicate with me.
Okay, and to be clear on the timeline here, you said that she was contacting you about, I believe you said her son who was in your class. Was that while your son was in your class, or was that after he had left your class?
After he had left, she continued to include me on contacts, up to and including after she had been asked not to by my administrator.
Ms. Hunt?
Yes, Your Honor.
Anything you want to say?
I have a lot to say. Is there anything in particular you want me to cover, Your Honor?
Well, Mr. Stonecipher says that he's asked you not to contact him, that your contact has made him, I'd say, on edge. It is a gentle way of saying it. It's caused him a lot of anxiety, and from the way he's indicating to me, he's made that apparent to you, and yet you continue to contact him. So tell me your version of
Yeah, absolutely. Have you gotten a chance to see my declaration pages 1 through 13 at all?
I did, yeah.
Okay, so basically an overview of the situation is at no point did Dustin Stonecipher directly tell me he didn't want contact with me. The closest I got to that was on the May 3rd email that stated he didn't want to talk about personal matters, that he was adjusting his professional hours, and that he was only going to interact with parents concerning their children's education. So I
That is called a hint, madam.
Yeah, that's, I mean, a very strong one too, by the way.
And her kind of excuse for this is, well, he said don't contact him unless it's about kids, so I just started tagging him on every correspondence about my kid. It's like, that's not how that works. He meant like his class, like his students, not just any kid.
Respected that and ended up including him on emails because, as far as I know, he was still involved with IEP projects between him and the other teacher, and I wanted to keep everyone on the same page. I did not have anyone directly say about not contacting him until the June 2nd email from the principal, and then a follow-up call. When I talked to him, it sounded like it was advice. And when I talked to the school staff, they stated everything was fine. He didn't have an issue with me. The first time they heard anything was me bringing it up. And this is all in May of 2023. So it was very confusing to me. And then when me and him did have interactions, like him taking pictures with my son the end of the year, he went along with that. He was smiling. When we were coming through his neighborhood, which I can go into the details why we were over there, and I have witness statements to say why I was over there, he was smiling. So I wouldn't have known that he didn't not only not want contact, but that he wasn't okay with interacting with. If he ever directly told me in any communication that he did not want contact with me, I would have honored that. But I did not get that.
So your view is that Mr. Stonecipher hadn't told you not to contact him, and did you think he wanted you to contact him?
No, it wasn't that directly. It's that in his May 3rd email, which I'm sure, let's see what exhibit that is here. In his May 3rd email, he stated that, he was going to be keeping strict office hours, and that he was only going to discuss matters appropriate to hit the child's education. He appreciated that I wanted to, clear the air, with regards to misunderstandings between us, but he wasn't comfortable doing that. That's the summary, even though I have the email here. And he can attest to whether that's accurate or not, of course.
Okay, thank you.
And so the takeaway I had from that was that he didn't want to talk about personal matters, but he was fine as long as the contact was consistent with his professional new standards.
What?
She just couldn't take a hint.
That's not what that's not what any of that means. What it means is you stop contacting him. Not on any professional, so no, you stop talking to him. Your child is out of his class. There's no professional standard in which would require that you talk to him.
Exactly. And she's just like, well, the way he made it sound, as long as I was talking about the kid, he was cool with it. No, that's not what it meant. Also, bye, band dog. Have fun at work.
Okay. And then subsequent to that, you sent him a birthday gift?
Yeah, so there's a little bit of background on that, so I'll try and keep it brief. So he was an educator that my son really bonded with, and me and my husband were considering whether to have long-term contact with him.
That sounds so creepy.
What, like for tutoring?
For tutoring, right?
Like, look, I'm trying to, right? Yeah, exactly. For tutoring, right? And then it just the creepy stare, right?
You could take me and my husband, right? In for tutoring, yeah? For tutoring?
What? Yeah,
It just...
very intimate, close tutoring sessions. I'm gonna leave now. You can't leave. The door's gone. Gone? What do you mean? Yeah, not locked. It's fucking gone.
It's just, when I first heard that, something about it just, like, set off every alarm bell in my head. When
Your
she's just
Honor,
like...
we only wanted to invite him over so he could play a game.
Me and my husband were deciding whether or not we wanted long-term contact with him. Did you ask him if he wanted long-term
Look,
contact with you?
Look, my husband really needs a new cuck chair, and we figured he could be the subject of that cuck chair.
So it does not come out in this court proceeding. So I'll just go ahead and ask it now.
Sexual or like like fecal relationship, and it might not be the fair thing. It might just be like a severely unable to take a hint lady.
Yeah.
Yeah, because she mentions a husband. Yeah, exactly, Miguel.
So it doesn't come out during this case. So I would just want to ask you and want to ask the chat. Do you think the husband is aware at all?
I mean, that's a good question. I mean, they're in court about it,
Yeah.
and I mean, this woman's stupid enough to do all this, so yeah, I don't know. It might not be. Yeah, she might not have told the husband about any of this.
Also, chat says, "Damn it, I wanted to make a cuck joke and Ava stole it." Me and my husband pulls out a doll with his face stapled on. No.
Oh, that's horrified. That's Akakun. Why?
That's such a horrible thought.
At this point, yes, but before this, no.
Like, invites him over for dinner or something, and he's like, I thought your husband was going to join us. She's like, oh, he is. And she pulls out a life-size sex doll of him from the closet.
Oh my god.
That's one of my favorite Pokemon memes, the one with the girl dressed in Marnie's outfit. It says, my friend, when
Yeah.
my friend, when she sees the life-size sex doll I have of her in the closet. Is it bad that I'm wondering if her husband's name is Mike? Yeah, if your last name is
Mike
Hunt.
Johnson?
No, because you know what Mike Hunt sounds like?
Oh, Jesus. Oh my god, yeah, you're right. Oh, okay. Congrats to whatever chatter pointed that out.
No, it's a famous like meme name to put on a teacher's like a substitute teacher's list is Mike Hunt.
Yeah, it's just funny to me because again, her last name, it would work. It would work for him if his name was Mike.
If
Just in the worst way.
If your last name is Hunt, never name your kid Mike. You're just an asshole.
Yeah.
So I ran a background check on him. In the declaration, it says November
What?
of 2023. That was a typo. It was November of 2022.
You see his face, by the way, when she says that?
Yeah, because why are you, I mean, it's not outside of her rights to run a background check on him. Technically. But it's still fucking weird.
Yeah.
Wouldn't you trust the school to do that?
Yeah, he's a teacher. It's not like a random person you met on the street. Like, the schools are typically pretty robust on the background checks. I was a substitute for like half a semester, and they like did pretty robust ones on me.
Okay. Now, background checks weren't abnormal for us because I was a victim of statutory rape of a minor, and I was a ward of the state, and so were my kids in the past. So background checks had to be done on people in close proximity to our family, including my own husband had to be background checked. So if we were considering someone long-term to be in contact with our child, we were going to do a background check. So I did that. I didn't come across his address during that. I was just looking at legal stuff. I did come across his month and year. I came across July of 83.
Oh, Jesus. Did you just see the exhale?
Yes.
He just did. He's like, oh my God, he's fucking terrified. He's legitimately scared for his life right now.
So,
Or you know what? At the very least, scared for his job. Because the thing with a teacher, if a parent makes enough noise, behaves inappropriately enough, you respond to in an appropriate manner, or God forbid, they run a background check on you and find something that maybe they decide they have a problem with. This could cost him his job. This is beyond just any romantic interest he might have for him, which might not be. This could be, look, I'm legitimately concerned this woman is gunning for my job. And I don't want that. This is fucking over the line. It's peering into my private life, and she is completely unreasonable in what she's doing right now.
yeah.
I think that's probably why he's scared more than anything else. Is, dude, this bitch is coming for my job.
Yeah, and I'm not saying, by the way, that, like, she wasn't a victim when she was younger of something horrendous. However, given, like, the elaborate excuse she is inventing for why she is background checking him and how she found his information, I would hazard a guess that no, they do not, in fact, background check everyone they meet. That this is just a lie that she has come up with to justify, like, why she's looking so heavily into him.
Oh, I don't think it. Yeah, I think it is. The reason for looking into him is a lie. The real reason is, I don't know. Maybe her student do so well in its class, and like you're just fucking in the crosshairs for this crazy Karen right now. But like, I am far less convinced it has anything to do with any kind of romantic thing or anything like that. Even with the husband, like before, I was thinking it might have been something about that, but no. This looks like no. This girl got a stick up her butt about how you decided to treat or grade her kid, and now she wants your job.
That's a possibility.
That's the goal here.
I did not come across the date. I didn't find that out literally until I received the protection order. I had forgotten about that. And then it was either May or June of 2023, I was standing outside the psychologist's office waiting for a meeting, and a lady came by, and we were talking about birthdays. And when I got to the month of July, she turned and pointed to Dustin's class and said, oh yeah, I think Dustin's birthday is in July. And then that's when I remembered what I had looked up on the background check, that his birthday was in fact in July.
Is this not like absolute schizophrenic,
What the
like
fuck?
an excuse for how you found this?
That is such a. I mean, that is like an 8-year-old like who got taught with like a cookie. Well, like I saw earlier that my little sister was giving me a cookie, and I didn't get a cookie then because I was hungry. I wasn't hungry, but I had a stomach ache, and so later I didn't have a stomach ache anymore, so I got the cookie.
Yeah.
Yeah, you still fucking what did any of that actually like muster up in terms of a valid, reasonable defense? No, you just fucking girl talked me into and hoped I would claim a defense from that. No,
Yeah, so chat,
none of that made any sense.
can I get a tilde of what's happening so far? So I'll do a tilde of what she just said. But basically this lady is stalking her son's teacher. What she tried to claim is that she did a routine background check just trying to figure out if the teacher had done anything illegal. Then, while talking to another teacher at the school, the month of July came up. And she said, oh, the teacher you're stalking, his birthday is in July. And
Yeah, they're in
magically,
May,
just
talking
all
about birthdays, and
Yeah.
somehow the month of July shows up.
Yeah, and somehow magically, hearing that his birthday is in July, all the information that she accidentally tangentially saw in her background check came rushing back to her mind, and she suddenly remembered his
Oh my
birthday.
god. I remember everything. This is not this. Oh, honestly, that description, if it wasn't so poorly described, I would say, look, I'm flagging you for histrionics at this point. But no, the only reason why I say I don't think it is because that was just a bad line. Like histrionic personality disorder, they have more elaborate, dramatized lies. Like if like reading a screenplay, that was just bad.
Yeah. It is pretty rough.
And it was 83. I still didn't know the date. And I have this in my exhibits. I emailed him on July 15th. His birthday
My
is July
exhibits,
2nd,
oh
so
my
I did not
god.
know the
I
day.
get
Put that up. Yes, because I had turned 40 and he had done pictures with my son the previous month, so I thought he was okay with some level of contact. So I sent that to be encouraging. So that's what that was. I have only in the
Is she talking
since my
about
son
like
has
the
left
graduation
school in-
pictures that every teacher takes with their students at the end of the year?
Yes.
Because they're talking about May, which is end of the year. Yeah, okay, so this is girl, you're on something. It's not a legal substance. I'll imply that. Just God, I'm sorry.
Yeah, it is wild. And she's just running with it.
She is. She's intentionally making it sound super creepy. Well, you took pictures of my kid. Yeah, I took pictures of the entire classroom because it's a graduation photo. You freaking muffin.
in June of 2023. I have only intentionally contacted Dustin twice. And those 2 times were his birthday and the gifts that I sent in January of 2025.
All right, thank you.
Mhm.
Mr. Stonecipher, do you have anything else you want to add?
I'm just now finding out about the background check that was run on me. I am background checked through the district. I find that to be highly inappropriate that a background check was run on me. The message
Well,
in
kind of
June
her
did
right
say,
to do.
It is, though you have to
Again-
understand this is
Again,
mixed
it's
with everything
creepy, and
else.
if you include it in the totality of what has happened, it's probably actionable because again, it's more so than the wrong thing that was done, but the intent behind the thing that you did. So while on the surface, a parent doing a background check on a teacher who's already been background checked by the district seems very reasonable. But then you add in all these extra facts that make you go, oh my god, you're a creepazoid. But again, if we isolate the background check, I understand why you're more comfortable, but the act of the background check by itself is not anything that's wrong. It's the intent behind it.
Yeah. Well, for him, you have to think he's considering it in the totality of everything else that's
Dude,
going
he's
on.
fucking horrified, yeah.
And he's
No,
like,
no,
oh, you're
like,
doing
honestly,
more.
anything that she does. Yeah, exactly. You've done even more. Oh my god. Yeah, I'm completely on this guy's side. I'm pointing out where like isolated the background check isn't a big deal. But again, we're looking at the entire case, everything that she's done to find out for record that, oh, you ran a background check on me as well as everything else? Yeah, that's making me uncomfortable.
I think the part that probably
Especially considering that wasn't there a temporary restraining, wasn't there RTO of some kind put in
maybe.
place? Because she mentioned doing that before the RTL or a protective order was put in place. So I think at the very least, maybe because it was back in November 2022, it wouldn't count. But I don't know. Bringing up the fact that you background check somebody after a protective order has already been in place just seems like a bad look to me.
Yeah, think of it like also from this perspective, right? Because he just kind of mentioned that she sent him a birthday present. He didn't really complain that she knew what his birthday was. So from his perspective, he's probably
Yeah,
just
that's
like,
true.
oh yeah, she probably just saw my birthday like at the school or something. It probably wasn't a big deal.
Yeah, it sent gifts. Yeah.
And now
yeah.
he's finding out, no, she ran a background check on me to figure out when my birthday was. And he's like, that's kind of fucking weird. Like,
So I followed him home, and he's the problem.
yeah. It's kind of like the difference between, like, somebody finding your address from the yellow pages and somebody stalking you home to figure out where you live. Like, both of them, it's kind of
Yeah,
like,
pretty much.
why do you really need to know where I live? But for the second one, it's like, holy shit, what? Didn't she send the B-Day present to
Yeah,
his
she did
house?
send the.
Yes.
I don't know about every school district or anything like that, but like ours did something very stupid. When I was growing up, when I was in high school, I remember you could look up the staff directory and they had their listed phone number and address
Yeah, that's
on a
probably
website.
not a good idea.
I thought that was, even then, I thought that was incredibly dumb. I think that's dumb now, but it's entirely possible she obtained his Alma address through the district.
yes.
As gross as that sounds. And again, it doesn't matter that she's accessing public records, background check websites, anything like that. The intent behind these actions is what is important, what is being highlighted, and what is being challenged in court right now.
Yeah.
Why are you doing all these things? I do not trust your intent.
Yeah, and then, like somebody mentioned the present thing earlier, the B-Day present was sent to his house, and it was also addressed to his wife and son, which is just, like,
Oh, I thought that, yeah, it was. That's right. That's so fucking creepy.
it's,
And guess what? I guarantee there ain't no district site in the world that gives, oh yeah, here's his fucking immediate family as well. So how'd you get that info?
I'm still stuck up on the fact that she admitted that she runs background checks on everyone that's a close figure in her life, including her husband. I don't believe
That's
that.
cool. She doesn't actually do that.
I think that's a lie she told to make this sound normal.
I would feel like, look, you need to show me
Yeah.
a history. You need to establish a pattern for the courts that this is something that you do. If you do this for everybody, you should have those background checks freaking hanging out in a file, in a folder somewhere, which means that they're dated. I can look at the metadata and I can find out that, yes, this is indeed what you do over 4 years of receipts, that you just run background checks on people like a creeper. Okay, cool. But you didn't do that. You just said that you do that, and that tells me that you're lying.
Yeah. That's kind of the difference between being, like, paranoid, like she's trying to claim she is, and being just a straight up stalker. Because paranoid you can kind of excuse and be like, okay, well, you're not really hurting anybody.
Because it's just their behavior. It's their baseline.
Yeah.
But we can tell that this is errant behavior. This is behavior that she has not done, at least in the eye of the court, to any other teacher, any other person. So what the fuck is going on here?
Exactly.
To quit contacting me. It did not stipulate whether it was for personal or business matters. The number of communications and the coincidental nature of the visit on Halloween does not matter to me. What matters
It does
to me
sound
is
like
that
the
I feel
Halloween
like my
visit
privacy has
was
been
like a weird
violated.
fucked up meet cute that she tried to do.
Yeah.
It's like, nah, this isn't working. And my issue is here too, because I've completely eliminated that this is any romantic pursuit. But I'm wondering if because if the district saw this teacher accepting these gifts and not reporting them, not rebuffing these advances, they might see, okay, well, he's complicit in accepting these gifts, and this is inappropriate and improper. Boom, he fired. I think that these gifts and these attempts at being quote unquote friendly is a way to honeypot this teacher into a position where he has to be terminated.
Yeah.
Because nothing else really makes sense here.
I feel like I was trying to be polite and not cause further issues, because as you'll see in the original letter, Mrs. Hunt did state that she didn't intend to act on these feelings and that she would prefer if her husband did not know about them. And I was trying to be courteous. Additionally, the only reason this was not brought up sooner is the optics of the matter. I am a 6'5" large, very imposing man. I was concerned that people would respond to me in a way that would be belittling and that would be hurtful. And the folks who I have told this to, many of the responses have been. So sending gifts to my family is inappropriate. Sending me any communication is inappropriate. I do not wish to have a long-term relationship with Mrs. Hunt. I still hold a special place in my heart for Nathaniel, and I posed for a picture with Nathaniel because regardless of Mrs. Hunt's actions, he still means a great deal to me, and I still care for him. That said, what she has done has caused me no end of anxiety and stress, and I just want it to be done.
So I will say on the kid thing is I believe it's mentioned kind of in passing at part of this, but he is not a normal teacher. He is teaching like for special ed kids. Which from what I have seen, teachers that typically teach for like the special needs kids do typically have like a bit more of a like connection with the student. At least in my experience.
Yeah, look, I understand why he said that. I would not have.
Yeah.
Only because, again, there's this bitch is fishing for anything, and any admittance of closeness to anyone in her life, she's gonna take an inch and run a mile, you know? So I would say, look, I try to maintain a great relationship with all my students. He was no exception, but and then go from there. Don't say things like I care for him a lot in court.
Yeah. I understand it. I just also, it looks bad in court, but I have seen like a lot of special needs teachers, and this is kind of just like seems like a semi-universal feeling for them. Sorry, I missed some stuff. Basically, the woman is definitely in the wrong. She's just stalking him around, and it's weird.
And Mr. Stonecipher, does Ms. Hunt's son attend school where you teach currently?
He does not. He has not attended since June of 2023 at my school.
And Ms. Hunt, do you have any other children that attend the school where Mr. Stonecipher teaches?
No, Your Honor.
All right, I will find that the ongoing contact by Ms. Hunt to Mr. Stonecipher is in fact reasonably taken by him as harassment and causing significant anxiety. He's made that clear. I believe that in the context of the communications that I've reviewed between the parties, Mr. Stonecipher had made that clear to Ms. Hunt, and she persisted in the communication. Based on that, I will enter the order in this case. Ms. Hunt, you're to have no contact at all with Mr. Stonecipher or his family. You're not to go within 1,000 feet of Mr. Stonecipher, his family, his home, or his workplace. And
wow, 1,000 feet,
Mr.
huh?
Stonecipher, this order will be in effect 1 year from today's date. If you want it renewed, you'll have to come back to court and ask for it to be.
So she's gonna say something immediately after this that actually sort of changed my opinion to think that she is even crazier, because I don't believe the excuse she comes up with for why 1,000 feet is not valid.
Renewed. And Ms. Hunt, the fact that the order does expire, which is a statutory standard, does not mean that at that point in time Mr. Stonecipher wishes communication from you. He's made it very clear he does not. So I would suggest...
Your Honor, I have a question concerning my work, because I'm a delivery driver, and this makes it very challenging to fulfill my work. And I state this under considerations for my family, since I'm the sole provider.
Okay, and what's the concern you have, going within 1,000 feet of the school or going within 1,000 feet of his home?
Both are very challenging. Because I do not know the addresses in which I'm going to deliver until I pick up the orders. It makes it very challenging to...
So by the way,
That's not true.
She is claiming...
That's not true.
Yeah, I know it's not, but she is claiming that she is the sole breadwinner for her special needs child and her husband, and I believe at some point she mentions that she has a second child.
Running DoorDash.
Basically, either doing DoorDash,
Running
or
DoorDash
doing
is doing all this.
the delivery thing, the grocery delivery thing.
Yeah, no, not happening.
First off, not happening. Second off, I feel like she is pretending to be a DoorDash driver as an excuse to drive into people's neighborhoods. Because I don't buy it. I don't buy that this lady is soloing her family doing DoorDash.
Yeah, I don't see that happening.
She's like, I'm a delivery driver. I have to go into his neighborhood. You don't understand. I randomly get deliveries to his neighbor's house that never shows up. Yeah, Akakun, DoorDash, the perfect cover for when she, quote, bumps into him in random places. Does she deliver to the school or his area of residence? Most people, won't ask, DoorDash to be delivered to their job. I have seen it a couple times, but most people feel weird about it.
Stay off of College Street, which is a very major street through Lacey, which I'm trying to avoid, but I literally have College Street on one side and Ruddle on the other. I'm sandwiched between the two. And either one is either borders his work or borders where he lives. So it's very challenging. I'm not saying I haven't worked on rerouting this weekend to try and make sure I stay 1,000 feet, but it makes it very challenging to do that.
Look.
What?
The thing with 1,000 feet, right? Or 100 yards or whatever an RTO specifies. If you end up bumping into this dude at the grocery store, that's not a violation. You're not going to jail. The FBI aren't going to fucking come in and violation of RTO. Well, no, that's not happening. It just means, okay, separate, freaking do your business and go on about it. So, which means that you delivering to his house next door is entirely appropriate. It's going to be fine. You're not going to be found as having violated the RTO, but you using this as an excuse as to why you should have the distance reduced tells me that one, you're lying about your job as a DoorDash driver, or delivery driver of any kind, and two, you're trying to push the line. You're setting up the parameters in which you can skirt the court's orders.
Yeah. Judge, you're making it hard for me to stalk this guy. Yeah, no, that was when she said this. That's what kind of changed my opinion a little bit from to she's a genuine stalker. Because I just don't. I don't believe
internet
the excuse.
Again.
Yeah, I saw. You exploded.
What was I saying?
I think you got all your stuff out.
Probably.
But when she started saying this, I'm like, okay, you're like a stalker. Because now you're trying to figure out how to push the boundaries.
Look, exactly. The fact that you're even because again, like I said before, you could meet him in a grocery store or bump into him, and you're not violating the RTO. But the fact that you're challenging the distance, wanting it reduced, wanting to form a parameter in which you can skirt the court's order, inappropriate, disgusting. Honestly, I would probably make the punishment worse in response to her challenging of my order.
Yeah, that is one thing that kind of disappoints me, is he lowers the distance because of this concern. I'm like, I don't think this is
Does he actually?
He does.
Oh, come on, man.
Because as I said, I don't know the addresses I'm delivering to until after I pick up the orders. And I would also like it to be considered that I have for the last 1.5 to 2 years avoided going over to his neighborhood, even though the rest of my family goes over there 2 to 3 times a week.
Also, real
Mama
quick.
Oko just brought up a very good point.
Yeah, Akko for 10 is a delivery driver who's done Uber and Dash. I can say she might not know the final destination. She can reject orders and does know the picture of the person she's delivering to. This is Cap, which is true. I will also say that her story that she's coming up with right now is the most ridiculous bullshit I have ever heard. Because you have to
Yeah, I'm-
consider, this is the first time they've gone to court over this. He is just now asking for this, like, order right now, which she might have been notified earlier about it. But there's no way she has been notified about this order for, like, a full year before they've done their hearing, and has genuinely tried to avoid him. It's cap. Fucking cap. You were not avoiding this guy at all.
Yes, big time cap.
You're like, my family goes over to his neighborhood every week, and I don't even show up. It's like, then your family's not going over there. Like, your husband and your kids are not, like, spending this excess amount of time away from the house at a place where you physically are not allowed to go. You are with them. You are lying.
Yep. Okay. All right. Well, that's not going to factor in to me, but I'll give you
Okay.
a little flexibility. I've reduced the distance from 1,000 feet to 500 feet to lessen the impact on your ability to do your job. But with
Thank
that
you, Your
change, the remainder of the order will be in effect. And
Yes, Your Honor.
does not need further service. And if either one of you want a copy of the order, you can access it through your file at district court. Thank you.
Wait, yep. Okay. Go. Will you hand me my screen box?
Now go.
And Ms. Pardee, the two of you are immediate neighbors, is that right?
Yeah, so all the ones in this video are from this guy's.
Yes, did you see the diagram I gave you there, Your Honor?
Yes, I did.
Diagram. Did you see it?
Yeah, I loved that this one
Sorry.
started with that.
Sorry, that looked fucking wild. The diagram, though.
Your Honor, I drew you a diagram. Did you look at it? Like, okay, sure.
Yes, it's a very impressive diagram. We're gonna put it on the fridge right after this, I promise.
I will tell you, this diagram, from my recollection, does not help her case.
So I'm just going to ask some questions about it. So two of you are immediate neighbors. You've had this ongoing issue, and you believe that Mr. Eden's cameras and lights are intruding on your privacy and meant to harass you. Am I accurate in that assessment?
Yes, Your Honor. That the police also agreed as in the statement or the report they wrote.
I read that. And any...
By the way, that kind of tells me that the police did not exactly agree. When you're like, yeah, the police agreed with me, and he goes, yeah, I read it. Yeah, I don't think the police agreed.
Anything else you're asking me to address by making this petition?
Your Honor, if you notice by the driveway there, Jack, I can't. Mr. Eden constantly, he'll run out to the road and everything because of the setup of the drive. I just ask that he just leave the kids and I alone. They've got just a couple more years to grow up and to go on to do their things. They're making great strides. They've got community supports that are trying to get here. And I just want him to leave us alone. No talking, no videoing of us, no bright lights. The entire front of our house is covered by a carport tarp to keep the lights out from in the front windows and the cameras.
How would you know that?
you
Your
see our
fucking
driveway
eyes
there.
are closed all the time.
Yeah. This is a weird thing with this lady.
I'm sorry. Is he looking down and reading from something? I imagine what's happening, but it looks like she's just fucking blind.
Oh no, she keeps her eyes closed like the whole thing. It's really weird.
Oh, is this okay? This is actually just a thing that's happening.
Yeah, it's a really weird. I don't know.
I tried to benefit of the doubt it, but if her eyes are actually just like she's visualizing, she's bringing herself back to all the horrible things that this guy has done. Shiny lights at me. How dare you?
Yeah.
We'd like to be able to just come and go without being constantly surveilled. There's no reason for it. It's stress, Your Honor. There's enough with the land issue that we have to. That shouldn't have anything to do with the kids. They should not be harassed and bullied because their parents had to file a land use issue. That's just above and beyond. These kids can't even go out
Oh
front
no, is
in
this
their
like another
road
easement
to wait for-
fucking issue?
There is some sort of easement issue going on. The easement issue is currently
I
not
fucking knew it,
settled.
God.
This
Of
is
course
not.
it's not.
This is not the easement case. The easement case is going on somewhere else. I have not actually seen it, so I don't know who's right about that. This is two neighbors doing like back and forth
In
harassment
most
against
cases
each other.
regarding the easement, like regarding most easement cases, both parties are in the wrong. Shut the fuck up. Stop fucking taking shots at each other using the easement as a thoroughfare, and fucking before I have to fucking put an RTO on both of you, fucking get along. That's how any judge deals with most fucking easement issues, because most of them are petty high school bullshit and they don't want to deal with it. So again, if you're dealing with an easement issue, already you're dealing with grade school level bullshit and the judge is already up to here with it. So like an issue that is related to the easement but not, it is like, yeah, he's not gonna
Oh yeah, that's
he's
how
not
he
gonna be
kind of
having a
is
good
with
time with
this.
this one.
I believe I could be wrong, but I believe he says the specific line at some point. I don't have time to figure out which one of you is more petty than the other.
Yeah, exactly.
However, based on this case, I think the other person is more in the right. And it's because one of her big claims that she is making, and that she's using this diagram that she drew
She's
for the
upset
judge.
about being surveilled, right?
Yes, well, one of her complaints specifically
Yeah,
is one
she's in the
that's
wrong.
really easily provable, which is that she says that he has floodlights aimed on her house at all hours of the night. And instead of taking a picture of the floodlights on her house, she draws a diagram of the position of the lights. It's like, why wouldn't you just take a picture of the floodlights?
No, you dumb bitch, get out of here with my I'm sorry, I would wipe my ass with your case, and I would give him everything.
Yeah.
I'd give him your property, bitch. Like, fucking, oh god, I hate. Oh yeah, I could have taken a picture, made it easy for everybody about proving or disproving this claim, but instead I drew a fucking picture. Get out of here, you dumb bitch.
Yeah. And it's like, because of that reason alone, I'm like, I kind of believe the other person more. Because if it really was on your house like that, you'd
I mean,
just
the
took
other
a
guy
picture.
probably does have cameras pointed in the direction of the easement, and he might even have floodlights in the direction of the easement. But that is not your claims here. That's not why you have a problem.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ. I always hate easement cases because they are just so fucking petty.
for the school bus anymore because of the floodlights and the lights and the spike fence sign. That's seen by all of their peers every day. And this isn't, they're kids. They're only 16 and 13.
And you can tell her eyes are closed the entire time.
Really, they're kids. In the eyes of the law, most violent offenses, that 16-year-old is being tried as an adult. So tell me again how they're just little itty-bitty kids. So fucking, oh my god.
Yeah.
Rage. So much rage.
But yeah, the eyes thing kind of trips me out.
And the reason why, yeah, the eyes thing is really pissing me off too. But like another is it's protect the children moment. And you are using your own fucking kids as like a trump card thing, it's disgusting. It's disgusting that you are utilizing your children and trying to make oh god, I have to protect my kids just so you can be a Karen. Fuck off with that bullshit. You shouldn't even have kids.
Oh, don't worry, it's gonna get even worse, but it's not gonna be till the like end of it, where she says some like proper insane shit using her kids.
They don't deserve to be harassed and bullied by a grown-up.
All right, thank you, Ms. Party. And before I go further,
hello, Your Honor. I'm here. I'm Shannon Party's caregiver, and I could not be with her today physically. And so,
See, that is something also that throws me out, is apparently this lady has a caregiver. And I'm like,
why did you hear? You might be a caregiver, but you're not an agent or counsel for Miss Party whatsoever. So kindly leave.
So the assumption I have gotten from very minor research, which keep in mind it's very minor research, I don't have her other cases, Miss Party seems to be not necessarily mentally capable.
Then I'm declaring you incompetent to stand trial or bring any motion to this court without appropriate representation, your caregiver does not meet that standard. So return here, Miss Pardee, with appropriate counsel or an agent who can act on your behalf, not a caregiver.
Because I'm not sure what she has. The problem is it's not like Alzheimer's or anything. It's more like one of the crazy ones.
I mean, bipolar people have been declared incompetent to stand
Fair.
trial. So it doesn't really matter what she has. It's just you are not mentally. The fact that you felt the need to bring your caregiver here means that you are cognizant enough to understand that you need representation, which means we're going to do this appropriately and you're going to obtain counsel, not have your fucking caregiver make arguments for you on your behalf in court. Absolutely not. Get out of here.
Oh, you don't have to worry about that necessarily. The caregiver doesn't make any arguments for her. She's just here
Okay, cool.
for some reason.
Again, why are you here? The fucking Jesus.
It's really weird that she's
Sorry,
just
I know
here.
that seems like a weird thing for me to get all uppity on, but again, you are presenting yourself to the court, which means you're in the well. You're not just watching, you're not doing it, you are involved with this. Okay? When you say I'm here, this is who I am, this is what you're representing yourself to be, which means that you're not just a bystander. Get the fuck out of my courtroom.
Exactly.
Okay. All right.
She said, okay, thank you.
Thank you. I'm reviewing the history here between the two of you, and it looks to me like it gets started in April 2021. And since that time,
Smack dab in the middle of COVID time. Okay.
you each have had numerous attempts to get orders against the other. Eventually, I believe the court just wore the court down, and the court granted, looks like, mutual orders on behalf of each of you. So that's what this case history looks like to me. I don't believe I've been involved in any of those, but I'm looking at the case history. That's what it
You're
tells me.
involved
It tells
now.
me you two are at each other all the time. And okay, hold on. You're filing orders. You're filing
Hey, shut the fuck up, I'm telling you.
You're filing petitions. You're filing petitions. You get temporary.
Why are her eyes closed? It's so weird.
Yeah, it's really annoying. What's super annoying to me too is they're mostly closed, but she's still blinking.
Yeah.
You can see her eyelids twitch when she's quote unquote blinking, but there's no I'm getting so mad at it.
I just
It's like you don't know how to human, let alone be in court. What the fuck is going on?
Temporary orders. The court doesn't issue. Finally, the court issued them.
Akakun says, I'm sticking with my caregiver as the witness since Shannon doesn't open her eyes.
Probably January of last year, looks like, and those orders expired on the 16th of January of this year. So, Ms. Pardee, I will ask you a question. Did the presence of that order solve anything for you? Just yes or no?
The order against Mr. Eden?
Yes, for the last year. Did things change?
Yeah. The
Okay.
kids felt okay.
Hold
to
on.
leave the house.
Hold on. I just need a yes or no. And Mr. Eden, did the existence of the order against Ms. Pardee change anything for you?
No, it didn't. I was continually harassed.
Okay.
I like that he's actually in court, by the way.
Yeah, that gives him far more power, or like far more look, you actually had the cognizance to put on a suit and fucking come to court.
Yeah.
Not standing in front of camera with your fucking eyes closed.
I really don't get the eyes thing. The only unfortunate part with him
I
is that
don't
we
know
don't...
why it's angering me so much, but it is.
Yeah. The only unfortunate part for him, for like our viewing experience, is the camera only shifts
don't
to
get to see
him
him, yeah.
when it detects audio. So we don't get to see his reactions to some of the crazy shit she's saying unless he directly speaks.
Damn, that kind of sucks.
That's all you do. Mr. Eden, I came in and I did not issue an order. Came in last week and we set it for a hearing because he's seeking another petition against you, Ms. Pardee. and on the same basis of all the other requests, and it looks like yours are pretty much the same as well. But so I'll come down to this. I'll do what the other judges did. I'll either grant you both orders or deny you both orders, because I'm not going out to the site to see who is slightly more annoying than the other one. I'm not going to.
I do like that.
Yeah. This is. I mean, this is he's treating this with about the seriousness of attention to duty that it requires, which is almost none at all.
Yeah. And
there's no law against being annoying to your neighbors. I'm sorry. As much as you two annoy each other.
Yeah. And he's kind of doing the fair thing. It's like, look, you both can get orders that say stay away from each other, or you both can not have an order. So which one would you prefer?
To do that. So, Ms. Pardee, you want me to issue mutual orders?
Wait, the kids need an order, Your Honor. Yes, the lights won't stop without an order. I have no grounds. I don't know how to help the kids.
So this is something that she does. She immediately swaps to when he does this. Is for the rest of the time, she is going to say that she is trying to get an order on behalf of her children against him.
Well, now I'm fucking enraged.
Yeah. So
you don't get to even act as your fucking child representative in court. The state appoints something known as minors' counsel so that their fucking rights and their interests are appropriately represented. You as the mother, I'm sorry, you're too close to the situation. You don't get to fucking make motions, ask for things on behalf of your children to the courts. You don't get to do that. I'm sorry.
What does the no pie do? You popped my titties. You have no pied me.
Oh no. you popped the titty. But you know what? Now the chest is wet, so there's that.
Yeah. Wet shirt. Wet look. I'm waiting for Visa to ban that. And titties?
Yeah, I know, right?
Had you not noticed the titties? You popped them. They were all jiggly and shaky.
I'm working with Department for Vulnerable Adults, and this is what they're telling me I need to do. So I don't know what else to do except follow the directions I've been given.
Yeah, that's...
The Department of Vulnerable Adults is telling you what to do regarding children.
Yes.
Something about what you just said doesn't quite make sense. If this was an actual issue that needed actual addressing, Child Protective Services would be involved, because a little known fact, CPS will act and represent children in their interests beyond just the family unit, beyond just a family household. If this guy was somehow causing unintentional or intentional duress or embarrassment or whatever to the children, CPS might very well decide to step in and say something or do something. But that's not what's happened in the end. You just listed the completely inappropriate agency. The what was it? Protective of Vulnerable Adults. Yeah, that's not the right agency. What they're telling you to do with your children is they have no fucking reference for. They don't have anything in their whatever. You know what I mean?
And this is the kids.
And also, if this was true, why would it not be an affidavit of truth that the agency would create for you to give the judge?
Yeah.
If this agency is telling you this is what you need to do with this fucking judge, then you would have something in writing from that agency.
Yeah, it's a weird thing.
And they can't. You're comparing apples to oranges. You're comparing an adult picking at children.
Thank you, Ms. Pardee. Thank you.
Also, really quick, chat. The Department of Vulnerable Adults is actually a thing. We do have
Yes, it is real.
Yeah, we do have stuff for people that are considered vulnerable
Although
adults.
I will say it's usually called Adult Social Services or Adult Protected Services. Similar to CPS, it's APS. A Department of Vulnerable Adults, I will say that's the first time I've heard a department like that, named that specifically, but it's effectively Adult Protective Services.
Yes. It is a thing.
And Mr. Eden, Your view on mutual orders?
You know, we've been going through this for over 2+ years. I think you said 2021. You know, I was all for, you know, having the orders, you know, a protection order against both of us just because of the circumstances. But I realized having these orders in effect, she continues trying to set me up. It's a nonstop thing. I mean, we have the police reports.
What are you telling me? You want no order?
Well, I think it would stop. I would stop these petitions coming back and forth if there was no order, because then she couldn't say I was stalking her children all the time. And
yeah, that's true.
She's compulsive.
Yeah. So this is
kind of
why I think he's the more
orders are
person.
causing more problems than they are solutions, and he is very, very accurately articulating that.
Yeah. After listening to him, like, he could have just put it together really well for this court case, and in his daily life, he could just be like an absolute shit show to deal with. But while he's speaking, it sounds like he is the more stable person. Where he's like, look, I thought mutual orders was fine. It would get both of us to leave each other alone. But I feel like now that she knows the parameters...
Yeah, Mr. Lagu over here has already attacked the judge.
Yeah. And he's kind of like... But now I feel like now that she knows the parameters of what I'm not allowed to do, she's intentionally putting herself in situations to make me have to do it. So then she can bring me back into court and complain about me.
But because of the standing order. So yeah, no, he is completely right. These orders need to be denied. And then it might be about looking... I do like him in court, though. Like, it just him there, his arms crossed. He's like, he's done with this shit.
Yeah.
And even though he's clearly upset, he's clearly angry, he's still speaking more reason and logic than freaking blind Carnigan over here.
Yes. He also does very well kind of when the judge is like, oh, okay, let me speak. He just kind of just cuts it immediately. And he doesn't like, I need to finish my sentence first. Thank you.
You know what's actually super funny to me? She looks like, this Karen looks like one of the people who were leaked on the T-app.
What did you think about the T-app leaks, by the way?
Oh, okay, so I saw I chose violence again on Twitter.
Yeah.
But what I did is I saw somebody said, they said, oh, I'm really nervous about having to talk to the FBI. Because this leak that I did apparently had military information on it. And I'm like, okay, well, are you farming for sympathy or what? Because while you feel that these people need to be exposed, committing several state and federal crimes to do so is completely inappropriate. So this is your own bed. You made this, sleep in it.
Oh, no, so... I'm not sure how that would make any sense. So the T-app leaks were not gotten illegally. Whoever is running the T-app...
Then why is this guy who's implying that he did the leaks being talked to by the military and the FBI? This tweet made it very much sound like he freaking leaked information he shouldn't have.
I think he's coping, or he's trying to just get attention.
Okay.
Because the thing is, nobody technically leaked it. Somebody on 4chan found out that all the information was saved in a public repository. So whoever's running the T-app company, when they got your information, immediately uploaded it to a public bucket account. As like a way to save it.
Accessing that repository and releasing that information about those individuals with the intent to harass those individuals is still doxing, regardless if the information was publicly accessible or not. So he did still violate the law, and he is still in trouble with the FBI.
Oh no, the guy that released it originally just told people that the bucket existed. He even specifically said, I'm not going to release anybody's information.
Right, but the guy I'm talking about, the tweet, the tweeter, he released information that apparently was tied to military information. And he accessed that repository, republished it on his shit to his audience with intent to cause harassment to those people. So yes, by the letter of the law, he fucking criminally doxed these people.
Yeah, no.
And that's why the FBI wants to talk to him, because those individuals use military IDs for their ID verification stuff. And now the FBI is like, well, one, we have that public repository to fucking look at. But two, you specifically disseminated military identifying information. That's a no-no.
Yeah. For him, I don't know his specific story. I'm talking about like the leaks overall. Because the leaks overall were not like
I think
leaked necessarily;
I
they
think
were
the T-app
discovered.
creators are in big fucking trouble.
Yeah.
I think they're in big goddamn fucking trouble. And I'm letting everybody know right now, anybody who decides to use that information and publish it and use, like, I've seen a lot of people on Twitter posting people's faces and stuff on that T-app and stuff. I'm like, look, it might have been accessed publicly, but your actions, how you're using that information, can be construed in several states as a violation of the law, so be careful. Point and laugh at them all you want. Just don't do something that in and of itself the courts will look at you about, when really we're just trying to laugh at stupid people, right? Don't break the law to laugh at stupid people.
Made it more well known, so he caused doxing to happen. You can't really do that though. That's not like a charge.
Nah, technically it is actually. It's not a charge, it's a mitigating circumstance though surrounding the greater charge of doxing. So that actually could be an argument that would make the sentencing worse for the people who actually
Actually,
loaded
this
that
would be
public
considered
repository
a
with
security
information.
vulnerability. This would be a white hat hacker versus black hat hacker thing. He would likely not
Sure,
get
but
charged
again,
on
it's
this.
up to the DA on what they want to bring and what. There's a lot of things. There's a lot of laws that could be brought up against a lot of people here, and some of them don't even necessarily have to do with the T app itself, but the fact that public information was disseminated with intent to cause harm. So again, it really depends on
You'd be stuck
how
on
the
the cause
government
harm
is going to
problem,
react to
though.
this. If they're going to form a
For like the
actually, you know what could happen? The victims of the leak could probably form a class in to the creators of the app.
yeah, the thing a lot of
That
people
could
have to
probably happen.
consider is there are levels, and typically when you go to court, they're gonna go for the higher level, unless there's like some shady backroom lobbying shit going on.
They will go with the level they are most easily able to prove. If they could get to a higher level, but it's easier to prove the lower level, they're going to go with the lower level. For instance, Sarah Boom going with second-degree murder as opposed to first-degree, even though we're all pretty sure they could have gotten to that standard.
Oh, I don't mean
it's
higher
a much
level
safer bet to go with a
charge.
lower charge.
I mean higher level
Oh,
as in
okay.
people
Okay, so
involved, right? So they would
gotcha.
they would more likely go for the T-app people themselves for publicly exposing everybody's information when it was like some level of confidentiality expected to it, than they would people for pointing out that it was exposed. Except they might get that one guy who made like the map of where everybody lived using the repository. Because that one does go a little overboard, to be honest. But no, the T-app thing is going to be a shit show. I can't wait to see like where it goes, but I have no idea like what's going to happen with it, honestly. Could be nothing, could be a ton of things, who knows?
Lying.
Okay.
So yes, I would not want. I would.
So your view is there should be no orders for either one of you, because it's going to be virtually impossible for me to assess, like I said, who's the more annoying of the two of you, since you guys go back and forth constantly.
Yes.
So you want no orders, Ms. Pardee wants orders.
I'm fine, but it's just, it's
My
you can
children
see, you can
want
see.
an order. Even if you don't give me one, then give the kids one. I don't bring them to court. They don't get to advocate for themselves. They want an order.
And your children are
You don't
minors,
get
is
to
that right, Ms.
you
Pardee?
fucking I'm raged. Sarah, you kidding me?
Yeah.
You just fucking.
She immediately goes with the, well, give my kids
I'm
one
just gonna
then.
glow here.
And it's like, I don't think she realizes, well, they don't get to come to court and advocate for themselves. Like, and that's why they also don't get an order. Because the guy can't fight against somebody who's not there. That's like completely unfair to him. In Festivia, the kids don't know what an order is or entails. To be fair, one of them is 16. They might know what an order entails. But they're also, at that point, I feel like it's a little dishonest to call them just like, oh, they're just a kid. Well, they're 16. In many states, they could be tried as an adult if they did something.
Yeah, that's not just a kid.
They're kind of up there in the age. I think the other one, though, is kind of young. They're like 12, maybe? I think she says it at some point. Yeah, else tube. They don't get to advocate for themselves. They want an order. These cannot coexist.
They are only 16 and 13, Your Honor. Yes.
Okay. All right. Thank you. And Mr. Eden, what have you done about your lights? Just without being defensive, tell me where the lights are pointing and your cameras.
My lights, so the cameras, they need to be set as something solid. If there's a tree or anything involved, they go off constantly. So I put them on the road. That's the most solid thing. And that's it. One face is one left, one face is right. There's nothing I can say. I mean, they're not intentionally trying to harm Miss Party or her family. I have never, it's not the intention. This.
Okay. No, don't. I don't need the whole history. Okay. The history is really apparent to me. Okay.
And they're my mother's cameras, by the way. It's her property, her cameras.
No, the issue is where are the cameras, and do the cameras, you can regulate the field of vision of a camera.
Mm-hmm.
It does not need to be at Ms. Party's property at all. It needs to be along your property line. That's fine. Your property is fine. Are you telling me under oath that the cameras their field of view is limited solely to your property?
The cameras are from my property to the road. Yes, they're viewing the road. Well, I live on a blank corner. So what's nice about my cameras, so when I get ready to leave my house, if there's a car coming around the corner, my cameras will set off that there's a car coming, because I am on a big hill with a blind corner. So it's kind of nice having the cameras for that purpose. But yes, my cameras.
Do the cameras incorporate Ms. Party's property in any way? With
the 60-foot easement, no, they're within the boundaries, and that's where her husband is.
Okay, now talk to me about the lights. Do the lights shine towards her house?
No.
You have shields on the lights so that the light stays solely on your property.
It's like having a bow and arrow. You could pull the bow and arrow back, and it looks like it may be pointing in a direction. That bow and arrow could be up a half inch. At a half inch, that is going to be 10 feet off at 500 yards. You come down a little bit. So, just because the cameras look like they're pointing doesn't mean.
No, I asked you about the lights.
No.
Do you have shields on the lights to keep the light spillover? That would be totally annoying if there was a constant light and somebody.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm sorry to say that was not a good defense.
I'm talking more about Miss Party now.
It sounds more like you're trying to. It sounds like you're litigating, I mean, it is what you're doing, I get, but he's asked you where specifically the lights are pointed, and you go into this whole methodology of well, it's like a bow and arrow, and the 10 degrees, this is nothing of what he asked you.
I can see somebody being dumb enough to think this is how you need to explain it. So I can give him some leeway on that.
Okay, it's fine. But again, the answer to where are the lights pointed should not be it's hard to aim lights. It should be the lights are pointed here.
Oh, no, that's not what he's saying. What he's saying is it might look like they're aimed at her house, but they're actually low enough that they're not. I know, but
that's not what the judge asked. The judge asked where they are, not what they might look like, not anything else.
No, that's what I'm saying. It's a two-part question.
I'm not going to this location.
No, because he did answer the judge's question.
I know the judge didn't rule like that.
This is an issue with pro se litigants where they don't understand. They just need to say the one answer and call it a day. He thinks that he needs to explain the answer, which is very, very common with pro se litigants. They think, no, we have to detail everything out. He's like, no, the judge kind of just wants a yes or no.
I see where my disconnect was.
Yeah. So he is saying they look like they're aimed at her house, but no, judge, they're not.
This is where they're aimed, but this is... Okay, gotcha.
Yeah.
And again, I would probably, as a judge, be like, look, I get it. I get the need to explain, but I'm asking you where they're pointed, not where they appear to be pointed.
Yes.
But I would just, especially with pro se litigants, you have to do a little bit more hand-holding with them. And I think the judge here could do a little bit more hand-holding, because I saw him get agitated at how he answered the question, but he also didn't nudge the the defendant to go, hey, this is how you might want to answer this, you know?
Yeah.
You can't get angry at somebody's answer and not go like, look, especially for pro se, like, this is how you would want to answer that. Because there's nothing wrong with this answer. It just, how it was worded was not,
He needs to explain he's looking for yes or no.
court-friendly. Yeah.
Because it's not really the time, or he's not really caring at the moment about you proving it or not, because neither of you really brought evidence
it's just
necessarily. He's just like, look,
hey,
man.
I wrote a diagram.
Yeah, he's really just like, look, man, is it aimed at her house? If it's aimed at her house, don't let it be aimed at her house. But yeah, then I don't know what happens with her. She just like breaks down all of a sudden.
Yeah, I'm not, I like the what the hell, by the way, because, yeah, what the hell.
So I go back a little bit. Let's
But, like,
see if like we pick up like when it happens, like what might have triggered it.
yeah, because she does, you know what, she's just like, she came, there was nothing that actually triggered it. She just came to the personal realization that she's not winning this.
That's a possibility.
And she broke her.
The light stays solely on your property.
It's like having a bow and arrow. You could pull the bow and arrow back, and it looks like it may be pointing in a direction. That bow and arrow could be up a half inch. At a half inch, that is going to be 10 feet.
Why there? That's when she shakes her head, when he's like, it could look like it's in a different direction. And then she shakes her head.
Because it's challenging her assertion that that the lights are intentionally pointed here. Oh my god, is this her reaction to being like challenged, or like her narrative being challenged? Like, you just cry in response? That's not how any person deals with conflict. Like, I swear to God, I would punch somebody in the face in Minecraft if they gave me a crazy fucking assertion, an accusation of done something, and I start explaining why that might not be, and their response isn't another point that they have or anything, but no, they just start crying.
Yeah, I didn't realize that until you
weren't
said
raised
it.
right. You were not fucking raised right, bitch. That's what happened.
Yeah, I didn't realize it till you said it, but I think this is the first time he has challenged anything she said. Because before here, he's just like, yeah, no, we both have orders, we both don't have orders, yada, yada, yada. I don't think we should have them anymore because it's not working. This is the first time where he's actually said, yeah, this thing she's saying is incorrect. And then she just immediately breaks down.
Off at 500 yards, you come down a little bit. So, just because the
This tells me this bitch in high school was used to crying to get anything she wanted.
That's a possibility, yeah. She's like she's preparing for the breakdown.
Yeah, she's literally, she's holding it in. She's like, I can't hold, dude, bitch, you have no emotional control. Get out of here.
It's to keep the light spillover. That would be totally annoying if there was a constant light in somebody's window.
Well, the lights only go off when a car goes by. They're not on all the time. I do have a 40-watt light bulb on the American flag. There's a fence and there's a little.
What the fuck?
It's a heat lamp. It's so the rain doesn't keep blowing the light out, and it directs straight down the fence line onto the American flag.
I will say, I think this kind of proves that she does have like a specific diagnosed condition because of how quick the dog runs in.
Yeah. Well, look, dogs are naturally, they're panic attack like freaking kryptonite. They really are. Like, I don't even like dogs, but I've recognized that a dog can bring a person out of a panic attack so fucking fast, even without being a trained service dog. That being said, how quickly this dog did respond and how quickly she's responding to the dog tells me that this is probably like her emotional regulator here. Whether or not it's a trained situation or like given by the state, this is definitely her coping mechanism.
Yeah. And the dog realizes it because the dog runs in instantly.
More sad. This makes me Jesus, because now I'm like, God, like, she can't be stupid in here fucking complaining using her children as a reason that orders should be brought against this guy, but like, she's retarded. She's damn it, she's retarded. And I'm allowed to say that as a retard, okay? Just saying that. Well, what do you do as a judge here? Like, the girl is not cognizant. I mean, she doesn't seem to have the ability to understand how she could be wrong, which is why when presented that the idea that she might be wrong is possible, she fucking broke down. This tells me this is a person who cannot fucking handle themselves in court, cannot be represented in court. They cannot stand trial. Whether it's civil or criminal, it doesn't matter.
Yeah, and you also have to kind of feel for like the guy off to the side because he has to deal with this like daily.
He didn't do anything. Yeah, yes. This is, oh my God, I feel even worse for him. This is just a bad situation for this judge that I'm not sure how I would resolve this as the judge.
Yeah.
This is difficult.
Because like, yeah, like I really don't want to pick a side here because you're both kind of need to leave each other alone. But I'm not sure she's capable of leaving you alone.
It's a 41.
But then that...
Oh, what?
Perhaps as a judge, I would get in touch with Adult Protective Services. Maybe offer some kind of counseling solution or something. But also, I'm putting a proper protective order in favor of the defendant here, the Mr. whatever his name is. I don't know what his name is because it doesn't say. But he needs to be protected from this person's craziness. Just because she's crazy, and I can feel bad for that, doesn't mean that he gets to just get walked over by this crazy person. So one, have the state actually take a more firm hand on the wheel here in terms of how Party here is being cared for, and also create a protective order so she and her family cannot interact with this man.
Yeah.
That is what I would do.
And by the way, there's a street light. She never shows the main street light is only 70 feet from my fence. A massive.
It's in that picture, Your Honor.
All right, okay.
The street light's in the picture.
All right, stop. I'm not going to let
The street light is in
go
that
back
picture.
and forth through me. I know the history here. I've read it. So that's why I'm trying to control this. So I want you only answering questions that I ask.
The streetlight's in the picture. The streetlight's in the picture. The streetlight's in the picture.
Okay, Ms. Pardee.
Yes.
Jesus, you see what I mean though?
Yeah.
The state needs to interject here, give her okay, maybe she has legitimate concerns and a cause of action, but she needs whether it be Adult Protective Services doing those causes of action for her or something. There needs to be somebody. God, I would take the fucking caregiver at this point, honestly, because she just is not able to conduct herself in court.
Yeah. So it's either she might legitimately be put
where is
upon.
her? Wait a minute. So she has a caregiver.
Yeah.
Where is the caregiver as the lady is clearly having a fucking breakdown on camera?
No telling.
And the caregiver was nowhere to be found through all of that.
Yeah, because, I mean, this could go one of two ways. Either the guy is just really put together for court and he's actually a nightmare in real life, in which case this person is clearly mentally unwell and needs somebody to advocate for them. Or this guy really is as put together in real life as it seems, and this mentally unwell person is kind of making his life a living
he's
hell.
The victim of a mentally unwell. Exactly. Either way, this is just a fucked situation.
And they're just kind of letting her do whatever in court instead of sitting down and trying to figure
really
it out.
don't like, and again with the mental aspect, again, none of us are psychologists. We enjoy reading into, but this isn't a cold water rule violation or anything. But again, especially her doing the crying thing and repeating something twice. There was a street light. I did draw the street light there. I did draw the street light there. Okay, well that's a flag.
That's a sign.
Psychologically speaking.
It's a big red banner.
Yeah.
Mr. Eden was before me last week seeking a protection order regarding the numerous complaints that Ms. Pardee makes about him. And he believes the false statements she makes about him, and also indicating that Ms. Pardee's children were throwing rocks at his house. And Ms. Pardee has filed, and that was set for a hearing. Since both of you are here today, we're conducting that hearing. And Ms. Pardee, with her petition, has asserted that Mr. Eden harasses her children, and she, in her petition, complained about lights
You know
and
what?
camera directed
In my
at her
petition,
property.
I'm asserting that he is a stupid head, and he needs to. I'm sorry.
Property. Based on the history of the relationship between the parties, which has been ongoing for a number of years, and the previous attempts by the court to address it either by denying those petitions and say, we're not going to get the court involved, and then eventually giving up and getting the court involved, I'm going to take that latter approach. I'm going to issue mutual orders in this case. So on Ms. Pardee's petition, Mr. Eden, you're to have no contact with Ms. Pardee or her children. You may not say a word to her children. You're not to go onto their property. And in this case, I've ordered as well that any directional lights you have, there may not be spillover onto Ms. Pardee's property. You're going to have to figure out how to shield them if that's what's happening. You can light your property, but not hers. And any cameras that you have, the field of view may not be of Ms. Pardee's property. And that's up to you to make sure that's the case. And as to your order against Ms. Pardee, you are to have no contact with Mr. Eden. You're not to go onto his property. I told Mr. Eden when we had our initial hearing that I don't have the ability to issue an order against a parent saying, don't tell your kid, or if your kids throw rocks at my house, that's a violation of the order for the parent. We don't do it that way. So I'm not going to put any notice in here about that, but understand that that's an issue that Mr. Eden has expressed to the court. And I'm going to direct him today that
I'm sorry. That's. I don't know what state this is in. It's Washington. I'm trying to, because absolutely you could have an order apply to the mother if the children throwing rocks at the half. Well, I can't. That's an order against the children. Then not the. No, it's the parent is the legal guardian and completely in charge of how that child conducts himself with other people, and therefore the parent can absolutely have a cause of action brought up against them for what their children do. So it just that maybe it's different in Washington. I just know, typically speaking, you can sue or bring a cause of action against somebody over what their children do to you.
Yeah, I don't think he is.
So yeah.
What I think he's trying to get at is that he can't issue a order against, like a restraining order against the mother because of what the children do. He would have to bring more of a cause of action against the children.
Maybe in Washington's different, but at least in California he can.
Fair.
Because again, your children don't have the ability to defend themselves, advocate for themselves in court, and in lieu of that, the rights of that child are basically temporarily held by the guardian, which means that any violations of other people's rights that those children do, absolutely a cause of action can be brought against the parent or legal guardian of that child, including the enforcement of any protective order on that parent. Yeah. So again, it just maybe it's different in Washington. I'm just saying that at least in California, absolutely the judge could do that.
True.
I've seen it done before.
I'm just kind of deferring to him on it.
Him saying he can't do this, And me going, well, I know the law, and I know law around minors especially. And I'm just saying that doesn't track.
Fair.
William or Matthew were throwing rocks at his house or doing other things that would be tantamount to the crime of malicious mischief, that you report that as a crime to law enforcement. You don't have to have an order telling people to stop throwing rocks at your house. So this.
That's also true, but again, it would be considered a violation of the order.
Yeah.
Of the it doesn't matter. Again, yeah, I will see this like as a caveat. Bringing a criminal complaint against the children, which would then, of course, just go to the parent, would be the more appropriate thing for having rocks thrown at your house, but the enforcement of the protection order could encompass that as well.
I think it also could partially be that he just wants, like, an actual police report for it, and not just, trust me,
Honestly,
they definitely
yeah.
threw it at my house.
I could see that too. Yeah, because then at that point, if she says that, or he says that, and it's not true, well, guess what? Now we got you for misrepresenting statements, stuff like that. So, yeah, I could see him definitely pulling that move. And again, there's nothing saying that a judge says, oh, I can't do that, and he actually can. Oh, well, you're lying. You lose your license. That doesn't happen. It's just like his can't won't here is more of a won't for me, and that's kind of what I'm pointing out.
Yeah.
In that regard, you just have to call law enforcement, and they'll do an investigation as to whether that's occurring.
Yep.
But that's the way you address that issue. All right. Because this issue has been of long-standing back and forth between the two of you, I've put these orders in effect for double the normal length of time. These orders will be in effect for 2 years from today's date. So for both of you, I hope this buys some peace and some quiet, and you can coexist without having to end up in court all the time.
Your Honor.
So,
excuse me, just a question of clarity. Due to the fill going all the way to the edge of the asphalt, when I walk to the middle of the road, or even if I've gone on my side of the road, Mr. Eden has taken pictures of that in the past and used those to say I've gone on his property. That, in fact, is not the case. The asphalt in my mailbox is okay.
We're not limiting his ability to film a public space.
So would that be, he's got these cameras at my driveway, so my drive is across from his, so anytime we come or go, those lights are facing down my driveway.
Under the court order,
he's allowed to.
It's not to show your property. So if the camera is going across onto your driveway, he'll restrict the view of that, so it's just going to the road. And that's it.
And what about the lights as well, Your Honor?
No. And the light's the same thing. I've said the light can't spill over onto your property. You can have it toward public areas or his property, and that's it.
Oh, Jesus. The fucking hot mic clearing of those.
And they'll be available in your file. Mr. Eden is present in court, and we'll give him a copy of the order since he's here.
So we have another date coming up. The court clerk told me to.
Yeah, we're striking that date. We did it all today.
Okay. And I'm going to make it fast. I wanted a continuous date because the police reports are flowing in right now, one after another with Miss Pardee and the violations.
All right. Okay. But as I told you so Miss Pardee, Mr. Eden also complained last week about the frequency with which you call the police. I told him that we will not use a court order to restrict people from calling the police. At some point, the police will get tired of hearing from somebody who calls them all the time. And that's the remedy to that situation. This court does not restrict people's ability to call law enforcement. But if you really want this situation to die down, hopefully you both just achieve some level of forgetting the other person lives next door. And
that was another thing that kind of convinced me that he probably isn't as bad, is if you've got like 1 billion police reports against somebody and the police have not done anything, sometimes that means your police are just bad. A lot of times that just means that you're filing tons of fake reports. Or maybe not fake is the right word, but like frivolous is the word I'm looking for. Frivolous reports. Cops at this point probably
Yeah,
just have a
frivolous
guy
would
just for
be
the street.
appropriate.
They just have one dude like posted up on the corner at all
And
times.
here's the thing too, I will say, right? Like in terms of like what both parties have articulated in terms of what their problem is. The girls has been the lights on his property are pointed at me. The cameras at his property are everything at his property. He's doing what that I don't like. Well, guess what, bitch? The only freaking argument that he has brought up is your children attacking his property with rocks. I'm sorry to say, but the more reasonable individual, in my opinion, so far, is the man.
Yeah.
Because again, you are upset that he is putting cameras on his property. Well, they're pointing in my direction, so they're his property. They can do fucking anything else. You don't have control of the outside, even on your property. People need to fucking understand that.
Yeah.
She doesn't, and that tells me she's being the unreasonable one.
I will say, though, this is something that courts have ruled on in the past that kind of annoys me a little bit, is courts have ruled in the past that you can't have, like, 24-hour surveillance cameras aimed at another person's property, even if it is on your property. And I'm kind of like...
Yeah, that's true. It's violation of right to privacy, but again, that's a field of view adjustment.
Yeah.
The act of simply having cameras that are pointed in the direction of your property is not enough to constitute the violation of privacy some judges have ruled on, but some judges have also ruled that's fucking stupid. So again, It depends on the circuit that you're in, the appellate court that upholds whatever decision. For instance, the Ninth Circuit is pretty shitty with that in terms of like, yeah, if you have a camera surveilling another property, you could be sued for that. But in the 5th District of Texas, that is not such a thing.
Yeah, it's just annoyed me in the places where it is a thing, where it's like, okay, so if I am
Yeah.
casually filming it by myself with my camera, that's okay, because it's technically public. But if a camera on my house is doing it, now it's a problem.
Yeah, I don't appreciate the lack of logic there, because there's no it's like the Ohio court saying boneless wings don't mean whether or not they have bones in them. Yes, they fucking do. It's in the goddamn name. What are you talking about?
Yeah,
But guess what? Sometimes judges and even appellate judges make stupid fucking decisions. If you say you can't find that case, let me know, because I can pick it up right now. I have it saved in my shit.
Yeah, I could see maybe...
Because the Supreme Court of Ohio doubled down and said, yeah, we're maintaining this decision on the predicate that we shouldn't yield to public pressure.
Yeah.
That was the reason they decided to uphold the most brain-dead fucking decision I've ever heard in litigation. Boneless wings don't mean whether or not they have bones in them. Shut the fuck up.
Yeah, that was very stupid. I will say I could maybe get the camera privacy argument if, say, somebody set up a very tall privacy fence and somebody intentionally put a camera just high enough to peek over their fence.
Like
that
on
I
a
could see.
flagpole pointed down.
Yeah, like that I could
okay,
see.
now we know what you're fucking doing.
Like I
But again,
specifically
that-
put up
and
a privacy
again,
fence and you're doing it. But I've seen it.
probably wouldn't help with this situation because of how many petitions have been brought up. But that's typically speaking what happens is it's not like you could just go, oh, this person has cameras in their property pointed at mine, boom, I'm gonna sue and I'm gonna win. No, you have to establish that this is a pattern, and when confronted and tried to settle it out of court, the person was combative, they upped the ante, whatever. But if you establish a pattern that they are intentionally trying to violate your privacy, then guess what? Yes, it's a proper cause of action. But if you just come out of the gate to a judge fresh and like, yeah, this guy has cameras on his property pointed at mine, I want to... No judge is going to look at that and actually fucking rule in favor of you. They're going to go, okay, well, we're going to bring an order against them, continue to collect any evidence of them violating this. And then they establish a pattern and then go, yeah, this is clearly not you exercising your rights. This is you trying to violate the rights of another person, their privacy in specificity. So boom, there you go.
Yeah.
That's what should happen. That's what normally happens. But because those appealing court decisions, yes, somebody could come in and pull this, and the first hearing, yeah, the judge finds in favor. And that's gross.
Yeah. We're about to get into the last case for this, and I will tell you in the chat now This one upset me a lot.
Do I have to be prepared to be mad?
Probably. Personally, it upset
Okay,
me a lot.
okay,
I was
good.
very unhappy with it.
Okay, it's good because I've already raced a couple times, so if this one has warning,
Yeah,
you know it's bad.
it partially upset me because it has to do with basically reading people's private information when you have access to it through like a business, which is something I kind of have
Oh,
experience
shit,
with
okay.
working through Apple and working through the government for a little bit, and having to like sign on for HIPAA and everything. So for me,
Yeah.
it's very annoying when this stuff happens and the courts don't seem to take it particularly seriously.
And
Gotcha.
pretend they're not there.
Yes,
All right,
Your Honor.
I sent both orders, and we'll give Mr. Eden a copy of it, and you do not need to be back here for a hearing.
On the 10th.
On the 10th.
So
you're all done, you're getting your copy today. All right, thank you both.
thank you, Buckley, Mr. Buckley.
Amy Sidzik, Stacy Sidzik. And Stacy, you are Mr. Sidzik's current wife, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And Amy, you used to be married to Mr. Sidzik, is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
So the context, this is ex-wife, this is ex-wife's lawyer. We will see current wife in a moment. Ex-wife is not actually suing husband or ex-husband. She is suing ex-husband's wife for stalking. Suing,
Whoa,
asking
what?
for an order, something.
Okay, wait a minute. So the ex-wife of this guy is suing the current wife of this guy for stalker.
Yes. They are currently still in.
That's normally something in reverse.
Yes.
Usually, if the ex who's stalking the what the fuck?
And they are currently. She is still embroiled in legal action with her ex-husband that has not actually gone away yet. Which is why this.
Oh wow, this is.
That is actually important
Jesus.
context.
Yeah, no, that is. I'm sorry. I'm trying to wrap my head around like what are arguments in, because there are so many arguments that the ex-wife could present that's just gonna make her sound like the stalker, and it's gonna make her case worse.
Oh, don't.
So I'm wondering what the fuck she's going to present that makes her, the ex-wife, somehow the victim of a stalking situation from somebody who's separated from you, or someone related to somebody separated from you. That's so fucking weird.
I will say, I believe her argument is very sound, and I'm very upset that that she loses.
Oh no. Oh, she loses. Okay,
And
but
you're
her
out.
argument's sound again.
I think her argument is extremely
that surprises
sound.
me. I'm gonna have to hear it, but holy shit.
Yeah, you ask your question, then I have a question for the council, but go ahead, Mr. Lee.
Might be about the same thing. We have a motion to engage in formal discovery pending. It was initially before.
Right, I saw that.
Judge Meyer on the initial, and he denied it without prejudice. I wasn't even anticipating that it would be heard by him that day. So I'm just renewing the motion. I feel that there's a lot more information, a lot more substance to this case than the petitioner here has been able to glean, given the district's, policy on giving out things about employees and about investigations regarding employees. So we would like the opportunity to send them a subpoena and potentially to even have Mr. Pete appear under subpoena to testify as a witness on the behalf of the petitioner.
And the relevance of it to the petition is what?
Course of conduct, the depth of the course of conduct, Your Honor. As of now, we only know about the one report, which I still think, as a facial matter here, would be.
So the husband
sufficient.
has retained an attorney.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, obviously. Yeah, for anyone who wants to know the difference between a pro se litigant and an actual attorney, did you notice how there was only one clarification by the judge? Relevance as to what, boom, and that the person had an answer, and it's going very quickly, very well. That's the difference between an actual lawyer and a pro se litigant.
Yeah, like you need to not try and fight
Because
with
they
the
know
judge.
all the words.
Judge asks you a question, yes or no. Judge will make a determination whether or not he believes you or how much he believes you. But you can't fight with him on it. You're not going to win.
Given the amount of information there. However, there could be.
Yes, but let me interrupt. Sorry. Your theory is that Ms. Sidzik intentionally tried to obtain financial information regarding your client, and her affidavit indicates, "Oops, I made a mistake," and so you're wishing to pursue the allegation that she intentionally is trying to get into the financial affairs of your client. Is that accurate?
And whatever information there also may be there, because there could be other things that were not just the report given to my client. We don't have the substance of the investigation because Mr. Pete cannot tell us, and I'm sure Your Honor takes care in reviewing these files. I'm sure Your Honor noticed the context and timing under which this occurred, being only a mere 10 days after the commission of a child support modification and 7 days after service, or 7 days after service.
So, to just kind of clarify everything he said, because they do go kind of fast, he says that husband's new wife used her status as an employee of this government facility to illegally get the past payment history of ex-wife, because ex-wife, just 7 days before she did that, had filed a modification to child support.
Oh. Interesting.
So ex-wife files a modification of child support. 7 days later, husband's new wife illegally accesses ex-wife's payment details using her government access to certain files.
Yeah, that's I wouldn't say illegally. I would say inappropriately.
Inappropriately. Fair.
Yeah, because again, and the inappropriate accessing of it could be found to be illegal depending on the circumstances surrounding it. But she used her position to inappropriately access financial information of this ex-wife as a way of collecting evidence outside of discovery regarding this amendment child support claim, right?
Yep.
Yeah, she's fucked. Oh, I mean, yeah, dude, like, yeah, that's criminal. Like, the act of accessing it was not necessarily illegal, but who it was, why you did it, and the fact that it's an ongoing court proceeding that you've interfered with here with your little investigation. And that is what was illegal.
Yep. It is not good.
There shouldn't even be a chance. This should be an absolutely she should lose her fucking government child.
Okay. And was information used at the modification hearing?
Still pending, Your Honor. We're set in front of Commissioner Corticray tomorrow afternoon.
Okay. Are there any exhibits
fuck.
from the incident?
That's
that
really annoying
are-
because even if you could prove that she's accessed this information, if she is yet to use it in that hearing, no violation has occurred.
Yeah.
Oh, you little bitch. Oh, she must know she did it this way too.
Likely. Yeah.
Have been submitted as evidence for that hearing?
That's the question.
Submitted
Come on,
the
yes or no?
report that we got from the district in strict reply there. We were trying to keep these matters pretty separate, and I could technically start issuing subpoenas under Civil Rule 26 in that case and get the same information from Mr.
shut
Pete,
up,
but I
shut
feel
up,
that
shut up
as an
to all
officer
of
the
this,
court, that would
you
be
dumb
abusing
bitch.
my
I'm
privilege
sorry,
to
and I'm
discovery
only
and
being
then
harsh on
use-
him because he's a lawyer.
Yeah.
But he asked you if this information that you have somehow obtained, that they obtained, has been presented as evidence in that amended hearing. It has not, and you just went off on this whole thing. Well, here's what I can, doesn't matter what you could do, what you did do. Has this thing happened? You as a lawyer know better than to freaking go off on a site engineer. This isn't pro se litigation like, oh, I can dismiss that. No. This means that it hasn't been presented by evidence, and as much as this pisses me off, it means that this it means that this wife of his is fucking in the clear, because no violation has actually occurred. Fucking all is disgusting.
Yeah, it's gonna be an issue.
Yeah, it's such a technicality thing that it's actually pissing me off.
Using it in an informal proceeding where the legislature said, hey, if you're going to do this, you need the court's permission before you do it.
Right. And I appreciate you asking. Thank you.
You're welcome, Your Honor.
Okay, so, and I'll address the request for discovery in a few minutes. Since the two of you are, I'm assuming you're also appearing in family court on behalf. No, okay, that's right, because that's the modification is against your client's husband.
Right. I have no involvement with the family matter.
Yeah.
And Mr. Leone, has Mr. Zidzik filed anything in the modification order that reflects information he would have gotten from his wife as a result of either or intentional or accidental pay?
Okay, here, pause it just real quick. I-13D brings up a appropriate question, but if it's so abundantly clear why she would do so, and how exactly are they going to prove that the evidence came from wife? Well, that's part of the issue here, right? You're accusing her of what could be construed as a crime if it was to be used in a criminal way, such as being presented as evidence, inappropriately gathered, food of the poisonous tree kind of stuff, right? But because she has not done this, now the burden of proof is still on the accusers. How do you know she gained this information? What's the evidence that you have that you was rightfully obtained that says she has this information? Because from the court side, it has not been presented as evidence. It has not been presented in her argument. So from a legal standpoint, this never happened. Where is your proof that this happened?
Oh, don't worry. We're gonna get into that. I will say, it is basically completely uncontested that she accessed her information.
Really? Okay, that's surprising.
What is contested?
That would be the first thing I would do as this husband and wife's attorney. Is I would go, well, how do they know this information has been accessed if it has not been presented as evidence or anything in what it would obviously be used for? I mean, she accessed the file 7 days after this amendment complaint, obviously to present it as evidence. Why has it not been yet? And how do you know she has this information if it has not been? So that's a question, right, that I would ask. The fact it's not being asked is extremely telling and concerning, because it just, everyone on all parties, the judge, the courts, both sides agree that yes, this happened. Well, holy shit, that's a fucking violation.
I don't like spoiling it too much, but what I will say is completely uncontested. It happened. What they are contesting is that it was completely accidental that she accessed it. So, not a violation. She accidentally stumbled into downloading
So wait a minute.
the last 3 years
Not
of
even
her
like
payment information.
Because another thing that you could do as this government employee, right? It's like, oh, well, yeah, I did access it, but that's part of my job. I was just doing my job. No, her argument is she accidentally stumbled across this information. And is this the fucking litigant from 2 cases ago? You don't accidentally do this kind of shit. This is so fucking how can you put this as a defense? And how does this lawyer actually present this as a defense? You roll with a straight face when, yeah, this was accidental. Fuck off. You don't, yeah, I accidentally typed in the freaking password, the confirmation password, and the biofuck freaking information just to stumble upon this freaking financial information. That doesn't happen. There's literally redundancies in place to prevent accidentally accessing information like that, so.
Like I said, as somebody who has been in government jobs where I've had access to this kind of information before, I really hate the arguments they use for it. Granted, every state handles it differently, so I know my state probably handles it a little differently than their state. But some of the stuff that she says, just based on how I know states typically keep this information, doesn't pass the smell test for me.
Oh, okay.
And it really annoys me that they try and make these arguments. Because it's like, I just don't buy it. Because I've had access to this kind of information before, and I really don't think you're telling the truth. Based on, like, the access I've had in the past. Do you wanna keep ranting to chat for a second?
That would almost work if the marriage has not been official, Akakun. Akakun just brought up a decent explanation, but again, you might know this better because having been on this side of things. But I'm going to take a guess that she accidentally did because she was trying to download husband's records, but since they were previously tied together with ex-wife, they downloaded the ex-wife. Is that even possible?
Not really, no. Because even if you're married, the government kind of just lists you as separate people in, like, databases for ease of use. That said, she doesn't even make that argument. I don't know how she gets away with the argument she makes. It's fucking ridiculous. But if you want to keep ranting to chat for a second, I'm gonna run and grab a drink. Kind of thirsty.
Yeah, go for it. Okay, so you know what really grinds my gears, chat? Gear grinders. Bye. No kidding. No, yeah, it's a BS thing, but I was guessing that was an argument she could have, at the end, you know what, it is an argument she could have made, but she didn't. So, there's that. Spyro 2? I forgot Spyro had, like, more than one series. I'm tired. I'm tired and I'm out of Monster and I'm doing Lotism on, let's see here.
Sorry, chat, I'm back.
4 hours of sleep. Welcome back.
I really need to find a way to set up my VTuber model so it doesn't go back and forward so much. But I don't know what setting that's under.
That would be under,
Duo Mizutamari.
Shit, that's actually a good question.
Look at it.
Well, I mean, I had to set up all and change all my parameters from webcam tracking to certain things on how it follows my mouse. So I know a lot of these, like the body movement parameters and stuff, but the zoom in and out is not, and that's just you leaning back and forward with the webcam, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not really sure what that would be. I like how when Mama Oku does it in their model, it looks like they're about to square up with you. They lean back and their arms spread apart just enough where I'm like, are you about to fight me? Oh, shit.
Let's continue.
Case is now such that Mr. Moffat, his family law attorney, in his client's diligence, propounded discovery to us, and we gave him everything they asked for, and we have actually a second set of ROGs now pending that I can't get a 26i with Mr. Moffat on because he's just busy, I suppose. But everything financial-wise, we've given them about everything we can, so it's kind of hard to sort the substance out of what was already there versus what was gleaned. But I mean, it's standard for 2 years of all income information to be exchanged in family court. So,
Right. Yeah. I guess let's see if I can make my question a little more clear. Is any information, do you anticipate that there's a risk to your client that information that should not have been accessed, that was accessed regardless of why it got accessed, will any of that information be used in the hearing to your client's detriment?
So this is an argument. I understand why it's being made. However, it still kind of annoys me a little bit, right? Because he's basically saying, okay, let's, assume for the sake of argument that she did in fact access your client's private information. Well, does it really matter if it's not going to hurt her in the case? It doesn't. There's a lot of your private information that if it got out, it's not necessarily going to hurt you for somebody to have it, but they're still not allowed to access
it. No, but
it.
you have to think about this in the context of what is currently being litigated.
Yes.
If this was set as separate charges or whatever, sure. But we're talking about for the purposes of this case, regardless of how the information
this is a separate
obtained,
case.
whether it was legal or not or anything.
He's basically bringing it up as an additive charge.
Is this information going to be used against your detriment? And the reason why he's asking this question is basically, this is a judge saying to the individual who has this information, you should not present this evidence in the case we think you're going to present it. Like, while that came across as a question, that was more of a, do you understand?
Yeah.
Is this information, however it was obtained, going to be used against your client's detriment? Meaning, don't use this fucking information.
Yeah.
That's what that actually means.
It just, because I've already seen the whole case, so I just thought
I don't like
annoyed.
that too, because again, it's phrased as a question, but it was really a statement from the judge and a warning. And honestly, I feel he should have been more articulate with the fact that that was a warning, not a question.
Yeah.
That in that proceeding, I do not have reason to believe so. No.
Okay. So then the reason in this hearing to get into it is because it wouldn't provide information detrimental to your client. You just think it is an invasion of privacy of your client and was done for, if it's intentional, done for reasons of spite.
Nefarious purposes, yeah.
Like that. Is that the essential theory here?
Yes, Your Honor. And I mean, when we look at the statute here, when we look at a course of conduct, the case law is that a course of conduct can occur within 1 day, for instance. But I think that
or a course of conduct to be appropriately, and that's the thing. You think that's not the court thinks, not the law thinks. You think, but for this to be appropriate, they would actually have to utilize this illegitimately obtained information in court. They'd have to present it as evidence to back their argument. The fact that they're not doing that means that the violation you think that they are, or you're trying to press to the judge that it hasn't happened. And that is what the judge is just trying to impress upon you. Is like, look, like, we can go violation of privacy. We can go of they're intending to use this information for nefarious purposes. But in regards to this case specifically, they have not actually presented as evidence. They are not saying, they said that they're not planning to. And so in regards to this case, what relevance does it have? How is it actually appropriate to apply this complaint? It's not. And that's the thing. And I am not saying that's a good thing. It's just, this is the issue that we have when we compartmentalize our court cases, our trials, and our hearings. Because what could very well be a violation in its own hearing is not in this one because of relevancy.
Well, I think what he's trying to get at, and I think it is a sound legal argument, is not necessarily that she was trying to use it to fuck with her in the main case, although he is leaving that open as a possibility. He's basically saying that because this woman has such close relations to the main case, she is doing illegitimate actions behind the scenes to try and cause, distress to my client.
But you see how that's a weaker argument than if she was actually intending to use this information more than just distress, but presented in court for this amended child support hearing.
I would argue
There has to be an actual, like, there has to be substance. That look,
no, because
intentional
like I said, I was
of emotional distress and stuff. It's it's a aggravating factor to many things, but you cannot get like she did this and it's to cause my client distress. Okay, there needs to be more than that.
actually
That can
with government
definitely
employees,
aggravate
there
the
does not
punishment.
need to be. Because that's what, like I said, I've been like a government employee with this information before. There does not have to be anything extra. And it's why it really annoys me that the judge is not taking this as seriously as he should be.
Because it's not relevant to the case he's litigating right now. This lawyer should have absolutely
No, this is the
brought
case
on
he's
a separate
litigating.
cause of action.
This is
and
a separate
complete-
cause of action.
Oh, it is. Okay.
We're not in the main case. This is a completely side case, specifically about ex-wife and current wife.
Okay, so
the main case is only brought up as a reason to why she is doing it.
and then when the judge asked, okay, well, has in that main case has this information being talked about in this side case been presented? No, it hasn't. Then that's not the reason, at least not to the court. So again, what is the actual reason? You can say you think that's the reason, but because
No,
it
I
hasn't
get
happened
that.
yet, it hasn't happened
But
yet.
what I'm
I can't
saying
rule in that
is, legally speaking, for a federal employee like this, there does not have to be a reason. You are not allowed to do that. Like, just straight up, you are not
if you're
allowed
not
to do what you did.
Why was she able to do that?
Because you are given access to the systems that allow you to do it.
And why, if you're not allowed to do it, are you even given access to do it if you're not allowed to do it?
Because the government's retarded.
Okay, there is. You see the problem there, though.
Yes.
And again, this is not an issue that we're having between me and Mizu, an argument. We're saying that the law and the courts are implicitly set up not to handle this appropriately because nothing is making sense here. Like, this judge can't really make any ruling on here because, again, even though this is a sidebar, this is still related to the attorneys trying to make this involved with the main case. The judge just asked the question that made this not involved with the main case, but that's still being litigated as an issue, which should be a separate, I mean, this should be a criminal charge, honestly, which means that this judge would not even be handled in this case. There's a whole lot about this right now that is not, it's not going the way it should. It's not even going the way it should procedurally.
They're going to explain later, basically, why her lawyer is in the position where he has to do this. But I will basically say,
Okay.
you know how, like, sometimes
And
when
again,
a police
notice I'm not
officer...
angry. I'm just confused. I have questions, and this happens a lot in court because this is a very unique circumstance on how the chips fell. That at least, from how I understand court procedure, this should not be happening this way. But obviously, the lawyer has a very good reason for presenting it this way. So,
Well, you know how sometimes when a police officer does something really bad that he's going to get tried for, they will be like, well, the police officer has resigned, so there's no reason for us to investigate this any further because he's not an officer anymore.
well, that's also another thing too that
I
I'm not
will
quite
say
sure what
that
to see.
basically happened
It seems
here.
to be retaliatory. What exactly is the solution here, though? Because
Yeah.
the attorney is trying to press that this could be used in the main case, but we already established through that question, this is not related to the main case yet. So in terms of this sidebar, this side case that we're dealing with, what exactly is the solution you expect the judge to do?
Basically,
Again,
what
it
the
can't be
lawyer...
involved with the main case. I can't make a decision on the main case because this evidence has not been presented as evidence in that case. So for this side trial, this side hearing, how do I solve it? How do I solve this? There is no solution here. So why is it being brought up?
No, so what it is he's obviously throwing kind of everything at the wall with that, which to a degree, you're supposed to with some cases.
You're supposed to do, yeah.
But what he's really trying to get at is the bulk of the punishment that should have happened did not happen because the government basically said, well, she quit, so like there's no point for us to actually investigate it any further. And they just dropped the ball. So he's now in a position where they know for a fact that she has done something that she is not allowed to do that necessarily hurt his client, but they can't try it because the government refuses to investigate themselves.
Okay. Okay, so no, this lawyer is entirely wrong in their situation. They needed to bring this to the district attorney, the attorney general, and have this actually brought in as a criminal complaint. It is completely inappropriate to bring up this specific information in front of this specific judge.
No, I'm not a lawyer
Now,
or an
I
attorney.
will say that what needs to be solved here does need to be solved here. There was clear wrongdoing here. What I'm saying here, this is an inappropriate venue for it, even with the light of her having quit her job after obtaining this information. This is all should be criminally investigated, and the lawyer should be pursuing it on that side, not this side, which is still related to the main case, which we have established. This evidence has not been presented in the main case, and therefore I cannot talk about it or litigate this specific issue. I'm just going from procedurally here. This is incorrect on so many levels, and I'm just pointing it out. I'm not saying what should or should not happen. I'm just saying what's happening right now is not correct.
Yeah, what I kind of get at is I see these cases a lot. Whether it's correct or not, this is actually very common for when this kind of thing happens. And I think it's because a lot of times this is the only thing they can do, because everything else is just immediately a dead end.
All I know is this: if this lawyer was a judge, and he kept going back to stuff that wasn't involved in the main case to try and put forth as sentencing, and he kept thinking about 2 girls that died, even though the accident that happened beforehand was way beforehand. It's a separate case. Now, this might be high privilegization because it's a criminal case and involved debt, but the fact of the matter is,
I think you're getting up on the fact that there's 2 separate
compartmentalize
cases.
their cases extremely, extremely narrowly. Otherwise, they can be appealed. Okay, I'm just saying that this judge should not be entertaining this argument because of the question he asked earlier. He got a no to that, which means, okay, we're moved on from this then. Until that becomes relevant to this case that we're talking about.
I think you're looking at it
I can't judge on this,
backwards.
but I would refer you to the Attorney General office.
I think you're looking at it backwards, because you're looking at it, how does this case affect the main case? Which is the wrong way to look at it. We are in this case right now. He's looking at how does the main case affect this case, which actually is a valid argument. Because at that point, he's not looking at how is this going to affect that case. He's looking at how did she decide
I'm
to
going
be
to stand
malicious?
by my argument of compartmentalization.
I don't think you can
It
do
might be
that
a
because he's
disagreement here, but
arguing
no,
malice
I think,
in
well,
this.
that's just what I'm standing on.
Well, because when he's arguing malice, he has to bring up previous factors that would cause her to be malicious. So the fact that she is currently involved in a secondary case where finding information like this would be useful for her, that does go to read towards malice or impropriety.
But has that information been used maliciously, as you so imply that she is inevitably going to do? And then when you answer no, then my hands are fucking tied here.
But he's
okay?
not arguing
I'm
for
standing
that.
by my compartmentalization opinion.
Like I said, the problem is the access of the information is the violation, and he is
I agree,
arguing for the access.
Which should be handled separately
Not the
and
usage.
criminally, not in front of this judge.
I don't think it's actually criminal. It's more like a procedural thing.
Is that not a criminal violation?
I don't believe so. I think it's a procedural thing.
I'm gonna look it up.
It's criminal if it's
I'm gonna be
HIPAA,
mad.
but it wasn't HIPAA, it was financials. Although she did also get access to her social security number, and that becomes a lot muddier, and I don't necessarily
Okay,
know
now
the
it is
rules
no,
on
no.
that.
This is a crime. I disagree. No, this needs to be handled in this. This needs to be handled not in front of this judge, in a criminal judge, in front of a criminal judge. No, this is inappropriate. Sorry, I'm standing on that. Period. Let's continue.
Going to give the petitioner a lot more information.
And by the way, this is me being mad at the judge because the judge should not be hearing this. He already he should be. Look, I need to refer you to the district attorney's office here. If it's true that she's obtained social security information and stuff, like beyond just the financials, right? With that added aspect, this is so fucking criminal now that yes, I as a judge would be referring this attorney to the DA or the AG. I would not be handling this myself as a civil judge. Sorry, it's just not happening.
Also, Ike, to clarify, it's not punishing them for what they might do with the information. In America, when you have certain positions in government, you are physically not allowed to access certain information. It is criminal to access certain
Despite
information.
having access to that information.
Yes. It's criminal to
That is so
access
fucking
it.
weird.
It's double criminal to release it.
Yeah, that's true. But again, this just goes back to our criticisms of the government, which is, if it's illegal for them to even access the information, why have you given them the ability to access the information? That's insane. That's completely counterintuitive to any kind of like enforceability in our government. That, like, come on, what are you doing?
I will actually sort of agree with Vegan or Vegahan, who says it seems like they're trying to use this case to get criminal proof for the civil case. They do basically bring up that the police refuse to investigate because she has been fired, ergo they don't think the breach matters anymore.
Which is why I said, why the judge should say, then we don't refer to you to the police, who are just, oh, Jesus fucking Christ. You're a lawyer, you know better. You go to the fucking AG or the DA. You go to a prosecutor, not the fucking cops about this.
If the government fails to investigate,
Sorry,
there's nothing you can really do, is
that's
there?
me being mad
A lot
at
of
the
cases,
judge
yes.
and the attorney. The government, if they refuse to investigate, there's not a whole lot of shit you can do for it. And that's why I'm getting upset right now, is because this judge and this lawyer know better. The judge should just be saying,
Well,
you
give
need
them
to go
time
the
to make
DA.
their argument.
And the
We're
lawyer
literally
should be
like 5
hey,
minutes in.
I'm going to be going to the DA with this.
We're literally like 5 minutes in. Give them time to make some arguments.
I mean, what, 38 minutes in?
No, we're 38
No, we're
minutes into the
actually only 5
total
minutes in.
video.
This
We're
is a new
5
case.
minutes into this case.
Yeah, I know. Look, I will take back everything I said if the attorney does mention pursuing criminal inquiry regarding what this person has done. Because then I'll be like, okay, cool. Then that means you are doing what you are to get this compartmentalized in the proper court, and that's not working, and so you're bringing up here. Okay, I can cut a lot of slack for that. But again, I will still say that this
You're going
should not
too
be
far
in front of
ahead.
this judge.
You're litigating the whole case before we watch it. Let's get through it. At least a little bit.
Whether or not it happened on more than one occasion. Again, we believe at face that she's already put her case, but there could be potentially more here that we're not aware of.
Okay, but the potentially more, she would be aware of it if what you're alleging is harassment. So I'm assuming that your client is aware of any of the harassment that's taken place. She's upset to find out that Stacy, I'll just use first names here so we're clear, that Stacy came across her pay information one way or the other, and that bothered her. So it's not like, okay, if we give her the report from the school district as to whether that was intentional or not, that's not going to reveal any other harassment. She would know about if there was any other harassment. Otherwise, it's not harassing.
Yeah, harassment. Yeah. By definition, harassment is something you have to be aware of.
Yeah.
Our statute also has a 7105 also has the stalking component, which encompasses monitoring, and that's electronic monitoring of somebody. So I think it's
good legal argument.
Yeah,
that's a good legal argument right there. Well, to include the monitoring part in the stalking statute specifically, judge has to listen. Now that's a good argument.
It's very relevant.
All right, and to this point, you're not aware of any other what would be monitoring that Ms. doesn't directly contact Amy. You're wondering if there are other instances of monitoring, I'm assuming is your question here.
And Mr. Pete cannot tell us because he can't disclose these. I can't depose him. I can't do anything. So.
Okay.
May I have an opportunity to respond, Your Honor?
Just a couple minutes. Okay, so.
Damn, what kind of background noise is she dealing with? Did you hear the demon growl?
Yeah. Well, she is in the actual courtroom, so the courtroom mic might just be messing up today.
Okay, that must be like a fan or something.
Declaration in her petition, Mr. Leone, is that essentially the bullying and harassing she's discussing is the incident where Stacy got into her financial records. I don't really see anything else in there. Am I missing something?
I have a couple more instances that can elicit in testimony, Your Honor.
Okay, but there were not
And
included. Did
I
miss
see the
something in
problem the
petition?
No.
lawyer made here.
Yeah. So I'm not saying
The
he has like a
bullying and
perfect case.
harassment. Like here's the thing: bullying, harassment, and stalking statutes are usually included within the same statute, which means it's hard to separate. But the lawyer should have specified that this is more to do with the harassment side. Not the harassment. I'm sorry,
Stalking
the
side.
stalking side of it than the bullying and harassment. I think this is what the judge is getting tripped up on, and this is the error that the lawyer made. If the lawyer had went in with this and going, this is stalking, not harassment, not bullying, but stalking, he might have gotten farther.
Yeah. Because how recent is this case? This case is this year. Earlier this year.
That's the main thrust of the petition, Your Honor. Correct.
Right. For purposes of this hearing, I will deny the request for discovery. I don't think that's.
Yeah,
I think it's more related to potentially the modification hearing. There's no evidence before the court that anything else has happened. I understand, Mr. Elion, would like to see if there is other evidence. But
So I partially understand the judge here. However, my problem is when he says, I don't see evidence there's anything else that has happened. I get that. However, what has happened is kind of as extreme as you can go. So I know it's not the same thing, but imagine like we're dealing with like an assault case. And it's like, well, you allege multiple instances of assault and battery, but he just like shot you in the leg with a high caliber weapon. It's just one instance.
And the only wound that you can present as evidence of your injury is that singular wound, not the multiple ones you should have from being assailed multiple times.
Yeah. And it's kind of like, I get where you're coming from. However, it also sounds insane just saying it out loud. Because the singular instance we do have is very extreme.
It is, but that does not necessarily mean that there's... This is a weird one.
Yeah.
Because if you're going off of the actual argument that the lawyer presented, I'm going to side with the judge here. But I don't think that the argument the lawyer presented was appropriate enough. I think that if he had focused more on stalking and the definition of stalking and monitoring than bullying and harassment, he would have gotten through to the judge, and this would have been approved. And that this kind of an issue with, really, it does depend on the lawyer you have and what you say to the judge, even though it's just two words that we're changing from bullying and harassment to monitoring and stalking. You cannot believe how much of a different approach a judge might fucking actually rule just on the changing of those two words. So I do kind of, I don't agree with the judge's ruling in substance, but I do agree with it with the argument presented to him.
I think, in my opinion, this is where we get more into the word of the law versus the spirit of the law, where I kind of feel like he's definitely within the word of the law. I don't think this is within the spirit.
Exactly. I don't like it, but and that's what I mean by like, it's semantics. I mean, even in the law itself, stalking, bullying, harassment, and all of that is encompassed in the same statute. So if the law views it as more or less the same thing, why is this judge choosing to discern between the two?
Yeah. It's weird.
But the fact that
No, the judge isn't too stupid to understand the underlying issue. He's being a little bit of stickler for the wording of the law, and he's being stubborn.
Yeah, there are two types of judges typically in America. Well, I mean, there's three if you include corrupt judges. But typically you have spirit of the law judges and word of the law judges. And word of the law judges get really, really specific with, well, this is how it's phrased. This is what it literally says. And then you have spirit of the law judges where it's like, you don't technically count, but I do kind of feel like this law was intended to encompass that.
Exactly. Yeah, so this guy is more of a word, like words is written. And I'm sorry, anyone who's dealt with a D&D rules lawyer, you know rules is written is fucking, it's just annoying. And it can be extremely annoying for these judges because they will change their ruling drastically just over a word. Like harassment instead of stalking. For some reason, I feel this judge would have granted if he focused on the stalking aspect of the statute.
I'm not 100% sure because the judge also seems to get hung up on, well, stalking harassment is typically multiple cases, and this is just one case of her doing something really extreme. It's like, that's kind of unfair. Because it is a really extreme
That is unfair.
thing.
It's an extreme thing. It doesn't matter if typically harassment cases have to establish a pattern. The one instance of harassment should meet the standard of harassment. It doesn't say in the statute that a pattern needs to be established. That is just for your own personal happiness that you get that pattern established. But if you were to follow the word of the law, Mr. Word of law lawyer, the single instance of harassment should have been enough to grant.
Aka, why did you send me a clip of Temple without his hat? Is there a purpose to this? I'm aware he is
Mizu, I sent
likely
a clip
bald
of
under
Temple
the
without his
beanie.
hat. It's so funny though. No, they needed to pay, so you understood that they sent this to you.
Well, thank you for showing me what is under the beanie.
That, in my mind, means that it's thus, by its nature, not harassing, since she has no awareness that it could have happened. So I'll deny the request for the motion. Okay, Mr. Leone, if you want to ask your client some questions.
That also does... That is another weird argument he makes. Well, she doesn't know that it happened. It's like, well, part of the harassment and stalking statute is surveillance. And if you know you're being surveilled, they're kind of not doing a good job of it. Like, what if there were numerous instances of this? Would it still not be monitoring and surveillance? Like, it was just, she found out that this lady had videotapes of her every single day in her house in private. And it'd be like, oh, well, no, she didn't know the videos were being taken. It's just a weird argument to try and dismiss it with, in my opinion. Because she knows now. That's why we're here.
And before I do, Ms. Overbillig, did you have something else you wanted to say?
It simply related to the motion for discovery, so it's moved. Thank you.
Okay, go ahead, Mr. Leone.
Thank you. So, Amy, what do you do for work?
I am a para-educator in a highly supported special education classroom at an elementary school.
That's another thing. This is another teacher that teaches special ed kids. I don't know why this happens to them so much. It seems to be like a problem. Can they appeal the ruling because of how the judge is handling this? You can appeal anything. Like, it's not like unless it's dismissed with prejudice. Or if you get plead. But no, you could basically appeal anything. There's not like a rule that says, oh, no, we think the judge handled it just fine, so you're not allowed to appeal. It is your right to appeal, unless you waive the right. Note, if you teach special ed, expect to be in court, apparently.
Typically speaking, too, appeals are going to revolve around inappropriate behavior rulings on behalf of the judge who ruled on that case.
Yeah. But it ultimately, like, you're just allowed to appeal unless you waive the right. Like, there's no, can you appeal this? You can appeal anything. Just might not necessarily win.
Okay. What elementary school?
I work at Woodland Elementary.
Okay. And how long have you been there for?
I've been there for 3 calendar years on February 14th.
Okay. And how do you know the respondent in this matter?
She's married to my ex-husband.
Okay. And how long have you known her for?
I met her, I believe it was in 2019.
Okay. And
Go ahead, I'm sorry.
No, and continue. I didn't mean to cut you off.
I met her when she was dating my ex-husband.
Okay. And your ex-husband is Ryan?
Yes.
So you and Ryan, you guys have a family law case together?
We do.
Hey, what's the status of that case?
It's still active. We have court tomorrow.
So the active portion of this case, when did that commence?
August 12th, I believe, is when they were filed through the state for child support modification.
What's the difference in income between you and Ryan?
I believe it's roughly around $9,000 a month.
And what was Ryan's reaction to you starting this case?
He was not happy. He approached me at my daughter's gymnastics with a spreadsheet folded up in his pocket to give to me to show me that I will actually get less in child support if he has to hire an attorney to fight me in court.
Okay. And support up to that point, what had that been from Ryan?
It was an agreed upon amount of $403.
And would Ryan pay that full amount?
No, never. He would always take out sports fees and whatever other fees that he believed I owed him before he would give me the support.
Your Honor, I'm going to object to this line of questioning as irrelevant to the issue at hand.
Yeah, I'm giving Mr. Leone a little leeway, but I think we don't need to try the case preliminarily to tomorrow.
It's a foundation.
Yeah.
No trial tomorrow, but foundational, Your Honor. And thank you for the leeway. Trust. Thank you for the court's indulgence here. Okay, so what was Stacy's role in payment of support?
Every now and then she would pay me through PayPal for Ryan, but it was only a few times.
Yeah. And what was your...
So I will say this is where we come into like an issue where this is very messy and it kind of becomes unfair for the ex-wife. Because new wife is she's completely inserted herself into the middle of this situation, but doesn't want that to be allowed to be talked about. Because she's now helping with the finances, she's now delivering some of the child support, she's involving herself in finding out information about the ex-wife. She has thoroughly inserted herself into the case.
Inappropriately.
Yeah.
The judge might have denied that motion, but I think we can all unilaterally, objectively agree she should not have used her position in government to access that information.
Yes. And it's very obvious that she did it to help her new husband. It's any adult could see it. The problem is proving it.
Yeah.
Which it's one of the things that gets frustrating about law sometimes, when you see somebody that's like, I know you're objectively right, because I'm not an idiot. But at the same time, the courts don't go off like, I feel like I'm correct. They need like, I can prove that I'm correct. Yeah, we can't
do that. We have to have the...
It's frustrating, and I understand why. Oh, Ava died again. We'll wait for Ava to get back, chat.
Oh shit, am I gone?
You died for a second.
Again?
You did,
God
yes.
damn it. I think I need to adjust my dish. It's really fucking...
Oh. Died again, chat. Don't worry, we'll wait for Ava.
Okay, there we go.
Hey, welcome back. You have a good trip?
I did. I will say, this is a big thing that we moved away from like UK courts and stuff like that, because they very much would, oh well, we feel like this is what's logical, and they would follow that, but you can misuse and abuse that train of logic in a way that absolutely fucks over the innocent party. And because we know how prone to abuse that form of litigation it can be subjected to, that's why we have this evidence-based system that we have now. Because a stupid person would follow this train of logic and be fine, but there could be some thing that we cannot confirm in the form of just knowing for a fact, beyond a shadow of a doubt, that she actually accessed these files, that would change how someone might rule on it. So it's a point that I don't like, but it's a point that's like it's necessary, it's foundational in American law.
Yes.
Like I don't always like it, but the inverse is okay, we use the other system, but that system is allowed to be used and abused by judges in a way that's far worse than just this scenario, right?
Yeah. It just puts you in a kind of annoying spot where sometimes you have situations like this where it's like, I know you're right, but I'm not allowed to say that.
And you know what? You're put in the most annoying spot if you're a words is written lawyer like this guy is. Spirit of law, I feel like this would already be resolved.
Yeah. It's just very unfortunate. I thought I'd like autism, but man, these cases piss me off. We had the fun cases at the start. I front-loaded those this time. Probably shouldn't have done that, though. Probably should have saved it for detox.
Next week, I'm going to see if I can get Mizu to do those bar exam question videos that I sent you a while ago.
No, we
those are
definitely
just
can.
fucking hilarious, and there's no real people being hurt in those. But the imaginary people, goddamn, have they been put through the ringer?
Yeah.
Your relationship with Stacy leading up to the modification.
I had cut off communication with Ryan and Stacy a good year or so prior to this. There was very minimal contact with her. I had tried to reach out to her one time to see if I could drop my son's sports equipment off for his game the next day, and she just ignored my text message, and then I found out that my son was out of town. So she could have told me then, and I was very stressed out trying to get his equipment to him. So
and where does Stacy work?
The North Thurston district office in the finance department.
Yeah. And what caused you to file this petition?
I filed this petition because it was brought to my attention by Derek Pete that she had accessed my files unethically. I was told by Derek Pete that her reasoning was that it was an accident and that I had already given Mr. Sidzik all of this information, but the fact is that I didn't give him 3 years of pay stubs or a financial report. You saw what I had submitted initially in that August 12th packet that I had submitted with my sealed financial documents. I forgot where I was going with this. I'm sorry.
So, you learned that.
Oh, that's right. Yes, I learned because Derek Pete told me that she had downloaded a full financial report of me on her computer.
Oh, okay. So the full financial report, have you reviewed what was filed?
Yes.
Okay. The information on there, what was it?
The information was, it was just a full financial report of my earnings from date of hire till present.
Okay. That same information, are you able to compile that own report for yourself?
I don't think so. I don't know how to get to any of that stuff. I don't access payroll stuff often. It's directly deposited into my account. I actually had to reach out last week to HR to help me navigate finding my new pay structure because I didn't even know how to get to it. I'm not even sure I have the ability to run a report like she ran.
Okay. Your payroll information with the district, do they maintain that on a confidential basis for you?
Usually, I thought.
Stacy, the respondent in this case, has she ever managed your individual payroll?
Never.
Have you ever had contact with her in a professional capacity regarding your payroll?
Never.
Did she have any business in your understanding of her duties to have gone into your file?
No. It's my understanding from what Stacy told me is that she helps to manage bank account information for certain schools. Nothing to do with my payroll.
Okay. So how did, upon this disclosure from Mr. Pete, when was that disclosure from Mr. Pete?
I believe it was back in October. It was in the end of 24. I can't remember the exact time.
Okay. And when this initial...
Ike says, so they know what was downloaded. Yes, they found the entire financial report on New Wife's computer. Like, so that's what there's no question that she did this. We are now talking about the reason she did it and whether or not the information she accessed was inappropriate to be accessed.
Which the answer is just yes. There's no reason.
Yeah, from like my understanding from when I worked for doing some government paperwork, just seeking out any specific named person's file, regardless of actually what information you got out of it, on its face was a huge no-no. And even like independent companies do that, because I worked for Apple for a little bit, and we were basically told if we ever searched for anybody's file that was not a customer who directly called us, that was a massive no-no. It is a huge deal in these companies to do that.
You know what, aptly put, by Sidzik, it's unethical.
Yeah.
Whether or not it's legal or anything else, it doesn't matter. It's unethical to do that. So there's very little justification you can use to have that fucking report on your computer.
Yes. Being like a extremely shitty person to do this.
Initially happened back in when was the initial payroll report generated?
I believe that was in August as well, or September, early September, or end of August.
In chronology to the family law case, the child support modification, was this before or after you were served with notice of the modification?
After.
Before or after Ryan was served?
It was after Ryan was served.
So how did this make you feel when you discovered that your information had been compromised?
It made me feel even more violated and even more harassed and even more stalked than I already do feel because of our current dynamic situation.
You say even more. Are there any other instances where Stacy was involved where you felt stalked, harassed, or anything else you just said?
There was an incident recently, I guess within the last year, that I had reached out to Ryan, her husband, to ask him for my daughter's soccer cleats because I needed to get her to soccer. He told me that if I wanted them, I was going to have to go pick them up. And I voiced to him that I was running behind and I had another child I was also responsible for to get to soccer, and asked him if he could please help and bring them to soccer. He told me he would put them on the front doorstep, and Stacy would put them on the front doorstep for me. I drove to his house and she had sat them on the doorstep, and I got to soccer over 15 minutes late, and a few minutes later Stacy walked up to soccer.
So here's another thing for me about this case is I know these things aren't technically a crime, but they're clearly trying to fuck with this lady over the course of this case. Like, and they don't dispute any of it. They're just like, oh, I don't really see the problem with it. Like, they're clearly fucking with her. And it sucks because there's not like a particular law you can point to where the explicit wording of the law is like, yeah, you can't be a dickhead to your ex like this. And ultimately, they're just hurting the kids. They're just like putting the kids in this really tumultuous environment where ex-wife is trying to take care of them.
These kind of hearings don't happen with the children present or the children having to testify. Like, which would you rather be with mom or dad? Like, that shit doesn't happen anymore, thank God. But you'd have to delude yourself into thinking that this doesn't come home with the plaintiff or the defendant, and they don't freaking transfer it to the kids somehow.
Yeah. It's really shitty. Remember that we're only hearing one side? No, none of these facts are disputed. That's why this annoys me so much. The other side is like, yeah, it happened.
Here's the thing. The fact that the other side is not disputing this. They're not objecting to it. That means that we're not hearing only one side. We're hearing both sides from one mouth. But if we were only hearing one side of the story, we would hear objections from the person who's being talked about. No, I didn't do that. There would be some discrepancy, some conflict there. There's not, which means that she is through omission. Yes, I did this shit.
Well, no, so they literally, word for word, just do not dispute it. They just dispute the reasoning for it. Like with the,
exactly. So it means that it happened.
Like with her data, she doesn't dispute that she downloaded all her data. She disputes that she did it for malicious purposes. She's like, I just downloaded all of her financial records by accident. And I also saved them by accident. But it was an accident, so it doesn't count.
And I also put them in a folder named That Lying Bitch by accident. I mean, look, that's the level of fucking, like, stupid you think I have to be if you think I'm gonna buy that you downloaded and saved an entire financial report on a specific individual by accident. Yeah, I mean, God, I would almost rule in favor of these guys just because of how stupid that excuse is.
Yeah, her excuse gets really dumb.
Okay.
She could have brought them herself, but instead Ryan chose to involve her, and she willingly did.
Any other instances?
There was a time when my daughter was having a hard time being away from me. She was in counseling, and we came up with a coping mechanism for her, and that was to put my lotion on her teddy bear. My daughter brought the teddy bear to their home, and my daughter told me that she wasn't allowed to have the teddy bear out. She had to keep it in her room because Stacy was allergic to perfume. Several months later go by, and I'm starting to notice that my daughter is coming home from their home smelling very strong of perfume, and she also got a perfume advent calendar at their home. And little things like that make me to see that I am actively being pulled away from my children and harassed, and everything is being coerced and twisted.
I mean, look,
I can't put
Jesus.
Yeah.
This is a shitty argument. I'm sorry. That's so, and we hear them all the time in family law. But like, look, when it comes to like, this is just advice to anyone who decides to pro se litigate themselves, which you're probably going to. Most families don't have enough money to like hire lawyers to fight for their side. But when it comes to like, if are there any other instances that speak to harassment, and you talk about, well, they don't let her hold my bear that I give her to put perfume on, and like, that's stupid. The judge's eyes just rolled into the back of his head. He's not listening right now. This is such a non-issue. Articulate an actual reason. Don't fumble through your words. You should have a list of things that is written out in front of you, so you can look down and go, this happened, and this happened. Not humming and hawing through like, oh, high school drama bullshit.
Yeah. This is a situation that's kind of back and forth for me, because this is not like a legal argument.
Yeah.
It doesn't really work in court. However, it is a totally valid complaint, because they are definitely trying to separate her from her children, like a really shitty way.
But do remember what the difference of definition of complaint in real life and then in court. Complaint is an actionable, like, you have cause of action, you have it on paper, it's all articulated and everything. If you cannot articulate it, your complaint, it's not a complaint in the eyes of court.
I know, it just sucks.
Like, what I would do, because there's a way to get this story into her testimony without it looking so pathetic, right? So she wants to speak to a pattern of behavior that the ex-husband and the new wife is engaging in to ostracize herself from her child. What I just said fucking was a whole bunch of word salad that more or less said the same thing without any of the petty, oh, the teddy bear and the perfume and she's allergic to perfume and she's not. No. Oh, I just fucking basically legalized that fucking sentence into something that, oh, okay, this actually sounds like a proper problem. And then you go into the teddy bear and all that shit, but you have to preface it and qualify it like, this is why. That I'm articulating why I view this as harassment, and then you just be concise. I think that's more my complaint than anything else, is just how disjointed that complaint specifically felt from everything else.
Yeah. No, it's definitely got its issues. It's one of those cases that annoys me a little bit,
I
because
do feel like, you know what's so funny though? Why I feel that that wasn't good testimony or good complaint. I'm still kind of on this lady's side.
Yeah.
Because, yeah, look, the husband and the ex-wife, well, the new wife, they have a lawyer. They have an actual representative, so they have money. And just some of the things that, like, again, this is speculation, so the courts couldn't formally actually recognize this, but, like, you know the amount of shit talking that happens between that husband and new wife about the ex-wife, right?
Yeah.
You have no idea how easy it is for shit talking to turn into, oh, well, what if we do this? What if we do that? So things that seem like innocent, but it's to screw with them, right? Well, now all of a sudden you're, boom, slippery slope, you're doing stuff that is considered illegal in some districts and jurisdictions, like downloading a financial report of that person to freaking help your case in a goddamn a parental freaking support freaking amendment. Are you kidding me? Like, again, this is stuff that we as people look at, we recognize. The judge and the courts really aren't allowed to.
Yeah.
Because it's too speculatory.
And that's what makes it suck.
With it anymore.
Anything regarding monitoring?
There was another instance where I had taken my children to Lake Chelan for an end of summer weekend trip. I had posted pictures on my Facebook. Just prior to this trip, Stacy had actually texted me asking me where we were going and trying to be very friendly so that I would obviously give her information, which she then later went to my Facebook, screenshotted it, and sent messages to his family that I was making my children sleep in a garage. It was a fully finished, air-conditioned Airbnb like garage, like it didn't open. It was very nice. But she tried to twist this to Ryan's family members that I was making my children sleep in a garage.
What did HR do after they discovered the payroll report?
I was told by Derek Pete that
That's probably how it happened. How it was discovered, by the way.
Sorry, what?
The HR company went, oh, hey, Amy Sick or whatever her name is, right? Your name in your financial report was pulled by this agency. That's probably how these guys actually came to even know that this happened.
Yeah.
Firstly, before that, I was told that there was a report found, and that now that there's been the report found, they were going to run a full forensics on her computer. I waited for some time to pass, and I hadn't heard anything, so I reached out to Derek Pete, and then that was then when he told me that she had resigned, and that stopped the investigation.
Okay, so look, that is none of that is necessarily illegal, but again, it's speaking to intent.
Yeah.
It's speaking to you know what you did was wrong enough to take active steps to avoid punishment or repercussions in any manner. Which means that I know your intentions were not good. I just hate that the courts can't run with that.
Exactly.
They're not allowed to.
Like, it's really obvious that she was doing some shitty stuff.
Yeah,
like,
this
well,
this is very clearly corrupt behavior, unethical behavior. That, I mean, God, if I was a judge, I know my hands are tied here, but I would be looking for any fucking measure of relief for this poor ex-wife. Like, I know there's not a lot I could do, but goddamn if I'm not gonna look.
yeah.
Because this is very clearly the couple is the piece of shit here.
And she doesn't really have, like, any recourse to fix it. Just like, yeah, no, you're just...
No,
You're kinda
it's
just fucked.
extremely annoying. Because she could have gotten recourse through the company, but then the bitch fucking quit.
Yeah.
So...
And they're just like, okay, well, we're just not gonna look into it anymore.
This is just a mess.
And it's like, well, you should look into it still. Because who knows, like, if she ran away... Because I actually had this happen with our business once. Even though they quit, we still did investigation into them because there was a concern that they had extra stuff that had not been discovered.
Like espionage or so, like while the act of obtaining and downloading the information isn't illegal, like, dear God, what will they do with that information? Will they sell it to another company? Will they? There's plenty of reason to legally look into somebody doing this.
Yeah, and there was a concern, like, yeah, they've technically left, but what if they had extra stuff we hadn't discovered yet that's still on their computer? We can't just let them leave and call it a day. We have to check it.
Technically why a lot of companies and government agencies included will actually provide a computer that you are required by law to do all your work on.
Apple did that for us. Sent us MacBooks.
Oh, did they really?
Horrendous, by the way. I hated them.
Hey, were they like, they were the shitty MacBooks that like didn't work right off the line?
Oh, so Apple would send you desktop MacBooks, or whatever they call their desktops. And the camera was always on. If a manager came into your call while you were on a downtime between calls, you were required to do like a full 360 of the room you were in, so they could confirm you were in a room with no windows and no other people in it. Like, they obsessively check this stuff.
Okay, that is probably the camera being on all the time. That one would boil down.
Oh, Ava died again. Bye, Ava. Everybody wave bye, Ava. Bye, Ava. How secure do you want it? Paranoid level? They pretty much were. Like, especially that you can't be in a room with windows in it. Like, it's like, bro, I have blackout curtains. What do you mean? Like, what's the problem?
I mean, what's crazy about that is, like, how many residential houses have a room other than like a closet that has no windows in it?
Yeah. Oh, you would sometimes see people that look like they were doing work in their closets.
That probably because they had to, because that was the only room in their house that didn't have a window.
Yeah.
Either that or the bathroom.
Shit was wild, like how obsessive they were about it. I hated it. And that was life working for Apple.
Yeah, God, I could never see myself working for a company like that.
Oh, I had a mental breakdown after a month and quit.
Yeah, sounds about right.
They tried to recommend me to the on-site therapist. And I was like, the fact we have an on-site therapist just makes me want to quit more.
Honestly, that would just accelerate my mental break. Like, honestly, like, if I'm having a mental break and like, oh, talk to our on-site therapist, I would lose it even more.
You're telling me our job is so bad we have an on-site therapist?
Yeah,
I can't put up with this.
I would just start crying right there.
Unironically, that was the only time I've ever cried, like, during a job.
Yeah, I could see that, for sure. I definitely fucking would. like, no, just talk to this. Oh, you know what? Better than what was it? Xbox did, or who's the one who said, "Oh, don't worry, if you got fired, just talk to AI."
Yeah.
That'll make you feel better.
Here's our on-site therapist and our on-site psych ward.
And it's ChatGTP, run by BetterHelp.
Oh God. Did Apple have like an on-site asylum too? Like it's a mix of things when you do like tech support for Apple, because it's the constant surveillance, it's the requirement to do your work in a room where like there's no windows, so you don't have any natural light. During your shift, you can't have communication with anyone, and your only communication throughout the day is people calling in to say that you're a piece of shit because their phone doesn't work. Like it's a soul-crushing job. Genuinely.
Well, here's like working tech support too. Like, right? Apples are supposed to be extraordinarily user-friendly. I can only imagine how terrifying running into like a unique problem, right? As a tech support person for Apple was like, oh shit, the thing that is supposed to work all the time isn't working, and there's no documentation on what we do beyond this.
Basically, if anybody ever had a problem, if you just turn the phone on and off, it fixed it almost every single time. You have no.
The sucking. Have you tried turning it on and off again? Trope. I swear to God, that's an IT trope at this point.
You have no idea how much of my job was fighting with somebody for 30 minutes just to get them to turn their phone off
just to
for
get them
5
to turn
seconds.
It off.
And as soon as they did it, it was perfectly fine. And like, oh, thank you.
Oh, there we go. Yeah, it's fine.
Like, hey,
yeah, it's
thank
because
you.
you've had it on for 6 months. There's 1,800 tabs running in freaking Safari. Safari was not meant to do that.
Yeah. And like by the end of it, you're like, oh yeah, thank you for calling Apple tech support. Get the fuck off the phone.
Yeah, and then you asked him for that survey.
We had an automated bot that asked for the surveys, so I did not have to fight people on that one. Which, thank God, I did not have to fight people on that.
I had to when I worked retail. When I worked at Dollar General, we would print out this receipt, and you had to go to the website that the receipt gave to do a survey on the clerk that had your stuff, and then you could get $5 off your purchase in the form of a printable coupon. And it was like, this is the most asinine fucking convoluted way to get $5 off I've ever seen. There's no way in hell. I found out of like the 50 people I handed their receipt to, told them to go to and stuff. 2 of them returned and actually visited the website for a receipt, for a survey. That does it. Yeah, automated, please, over trying to leave that in the hands of the employee who already has enough to fucking worry about and deal with, other than asking customers, can you take this survey, please?
Yeah. And half the time, I don't want you to answer the survey, because you're going to say some dumb shit about me.
Yeah, honestly, yeah. Yeah, exactly. Oh my God, yeah, it's true. It's like 9 out of 10 people. I don't want you taking this survey.
Oh, I think the worst one was I had a job once at Target where I was just like overly nice to people because I hadn't had my soul crushed yet. And I had one person I was just super nice to, gave them really good customer service, but I apparently did a couple things for them that was against company policy. So when they left me like a glowing review about how nice and kind and sweet I was and detailed what I did for them, I had a manager come up to me and it's like, okay, so you know you're not allowed to do that. And we're going to have a talk about this. And it's like, come on, bro.
Are you fucking kidding me? Oh my God, I hate it. I hate it so much. Yeah, you did your job above and beyond. How fucking dare you?
Exactly. Come on. I was a good little employee. I got us a sale.
I was a good 9-to-5er. What the hell?
And now I'm in trouble because I like did something against company policy like for 2 seconds. I hate surveys. He was a good noodle,
Are you fucking kidding me again?
You exploded again.
I said it's just gonna be the It's just gonna be
You're back.
the meme. We're supposed to help people. We're supposed to help our people.
True.
Starting with the Stalkers. Who's helping them out, huh? Yes, I have the Incredibles memorized. Fight me.
Stacy's reply declaration or response declaration?
Yes.
Was the resignation due, in your own knowledge, was the resignation due to a health condition?
No. Since I met.
I'm sorry. Hold on a second. There's been an objection. I'm the only fact finder who's not a jury, so you may answer the question.
Since I met Stacy, she's been very open about an autoimmune condition that she's got. She cannot eat gluten, or it makes her very, very sick. She's been dealing with this.
So then she's
told me
celiac.
that she.
Yes. And this is another one of those things where it's like, technically this is true, but we're all adults and we can all tell she's lying. That she just happened to quit her job for a medical condition she has had literally her entire life.
Yeah, my sensitivity to gluten is almost as bad as my sensitivity to electromagnetic radiation.
My sensitivity to gluten is
full Better
almost
Call
as
Saul,
bad
straight up
as
Chuck.
my sensitivity to bullshit.
Yeah. Oh, that's pretty bad. You break out in hives and everything.
But yeah, like, this is just, it's such bullshit, and we know it's bullshit, but we technically don't have proof that it's bullshit, so we can't just be like, yeah, you're fucking lying.
Yeah, and that's the problem. Look, this is why I could never be a judge. Because goddamn, would I be making so many unilateral decisions with none of the evidence that is required.
Yeah.
Simply because I know the fuck you're lying to me. You're lying to me and everything is, can you prove it? No, I can't, motherfucker. That's why I'm not a judge.
Yeah. I can't prove it, but I could see it. I could physically see you lying to me. I'm just not allowed to say it, because the universe hates me.
In fact, let's bring it back to a previous episode of Autism real quick. The one time that we saw a judge express how they don't believe
Ava died again.
Did their own investigation over something that was irrelevant to the fucking case. So again, it's incredibly inappropriate for a judge to employ their personal biases or even their personal intuition to a level. You can't do that, because if you do, you end up like Judge Simpson.
Yeah. It is just frustrating, though. I understand why, I just don't like it.
Found this illness whenever she went through her divorce with her previous husband, and she was very sick.
So, what effects have Stacy's actions had on your work life?
Well, due to the ongoing issues and censoring that I have had to deal with for the last 8 years, now that this has happened, it has put emotional duress into my life. I'm afraid now that I am being watched and censored on every avenue. I have had to take a leave from work so that I can manage these emotions.
In which way have you been censored?
So, it's a poor argument, but what she's trying to say is she feels like she can't talk about what she's doing with her kids because this woman is going to spin it and post it to a bunch of people, like in a deceptive way. Which is not censorship, but it's what she's trying to get at.
That's not the same as being censored.
Yeah.
But now I will say for effectiveness, yes, it is effectively being censored, because what you are saying is not what's being heard. It's actually worse than censorship because it's misrepresentation. But yeah, I would say her wording here could be much better.
Yeah. I do think she is legitimately just too stressed out, and her lawyer probably did not prep her as well as he should have.
Well, remember, we're not supposed to prep our clients.
We all do. Everybody does. Everyone knows everyone
I know,
does.
That's why I said it. That's why I said it.
That is one of those weird legal things that always gets to me. They'd be like, so has your lawyer prepped you for this case? Oh, no, of course not. It never would do that.
No, of course not.
Every
no,
lawyer
no,
does
I
it.
don't talk to my lawyer. It's just like, what?
Never spoke to my lawyer in my life. First day I'm meeting him, in fact.
Yeah, you can't look. You can't pull a Donald Trump and just claim not to have ever met your lawyer. Okay, that's not normally a good thing. But it's also weirdly somehow something the courts expect.
Yeah. Like, obviously your lawyer is not going to tell you what to say, but they're going to prep you on, like, look, you need to keep it to the facts. You need to stick yes, no for a lot of when they do it. When I do it, you can
Most of the
expound on
preparation
it.
is going to be one, telling you what words and what vernacular, what phrasing to avoid, and two, most paramount, just tell the truth.
Yeah.
That's pretty much most preparation.
If you start lying, you're going to get caught up in your lies. They're going to get caught up in your lies.
Exactly. But more importantly, and again, Lee, it's paramount to always tell the truth. But the secondary thing of prepping is like, I don't know, I would almost send my client videos of popular gotchas that attorneys will do with like in cross and stuff like that. Like, look, just be prepared for these kind of questions. This is what it's leading to. Don't let it rattle you. You know, basically you're prepping the clients to be less sensitive and emotional than they typically are on any given day.
Yeah.
That's your goal as a prepper.
Prepper.
Yeah, I did that on purpose. I'm not doomsday prepper, just a normal one.
Try to maintain healthy.
And what are you asking the court to do?
I just want the courts to protect me. I have tried to put up my own verbal boundaries and physical boundaries in the sense of not speaking on the phone and in person, and those boundaries are not being respected. I have requested that we only use the Talking Parents app as well, and that's not being respected either, and I'm just afraid that this is going to escalate, and I need help.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Thank you. Ms. Oberbillig, do you have questions for Amy?
I do, Your Honor. Thank you. Ms. Sidzik, you indicated that your boundaries are not being respected. Are you alleging that Ms. Stacy Sidzik is not respecting your boundaries?
Yes, she stole her financial records. I didn't even think I needed to say that boundary. I just kind of assumed it was there.
The lawyer is just doing their job on cross.
I know, it's just funny.
Yes.
That is a really stupid first question to ask, though.
Question in civil cases, do witnesses not get sworn in? They do.
They do. We didn't see that part.
Yeah, they kind of...
Because the swearing in is everything that happens at the very beginning.
Yes. Especially when it's like just between two parties, they'll typically do both of the parties right at the start before they do anything else.
Yeah, they'll swear them in and then they will actually tackle the facts of the case. Sometimes they'll swear them in before they even list the case number because the witnesses are just present. Okay, are you prepared to tell and then boom, they swear in. Okay, this is regarding case number, blah, 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 and then you go forward. But they are still technically sworn in.
Yeah. But yeah, they swore them in earlier. We just didn't see it for this video. It's not like necessarily that important.
To my personal files at work.
All right. Now, you're a public employee, correct?
Yes.
And are you aware that your pay information, including your pay rate and your benefits and what percentage of time you work, is publicly available information?
I'm aware of that.
Oh, God, I hate you.
Can you identify?
Sorry, like if she's doing the right argument here, I just hate it because it's such a. It's about the only one that you could do for an argument of a government official inappropriately accessing your records. Well, you're a public employee and your records are public, yeah, but that's not what we're contesting here. What we're contesting is that she, as a government employee, inappropriately and unethically accessed my files. This is a lawyer who has no fucking argument for what has been presented in front of them.
Yeah.
They have no defense for what this person did.
Because there really isn't any. Something you're just not supposed to do.
No, there really isn't. Yeah. You can't, like, it's such a cope fucking line of questioning, too. Well, you're a public employee, you know, your information's public. Yeah, but, oh, Jesus Christ, it's like people who go, well, I didn't dox them because this information you can find online. Yeah, that doesn't fucking matter if the information was public. It matters the manner in which you obtained it and the manner in which you represent it.
Yeah. It's a lot more, important. Like, a huge one is how you obtained it. I think a lot of people forget that.
Yeah, big time.
Because even for years before, like, there was any specific laws against doxing, because doxing wasn't always, like, illegal, you could still get busted based on how you acquired the information. You couldn't just be like, well, I found it, so it's okay. Well, no, you found it by hacking into their computer. You're not allowed to do that.
Yeah, exactly.
There were still other laws you had to abide by.
That's actually a reason why a lot of states will not currently update their statutes to represent like cyber stalking, cyber harassment, stuff like that, because they believe the older statutes that are in place that hey, in order to do this even online, you still have to break these laws, and these laws should be all that you need to get them. I argue that no, you need to update these laws to specifically, narrowly point out the online electric communications aspect of it. And then that's pretty much it, but you do still need to update these laws.
Yeah.
Otherwise, they're not used.
Report you felt is private information or not publicly available?
My social security number.
Have you reviewed, I think you testified that you have reviewed the payroll report, correct?
I reviewed the report, yes.
And you believe that your social security number appears in it somewhere?
She saw this first on the screen of her computer. Before you save and print, you have the option of hiding or showing your social security number on this, and I know this because I just did this from my end, from where I have access.
Is your social security number
Could have
contained in the
been
report?
better. Could have been better phrased, but bad question to ask on behalf of the lawyer. You never ask, even on cross, the answer to a question you don't know the answer of already, and this is something you would know, and even if that shows up anywhere in the financial report, you look like a fucking dummy as a lawyer, because you just well, does it show up there? Yes, it does, right here.
Yeah.
You have to click on hide, but it shows up. Well, you could me, I'm a fucking dummy. So yeah, this lawyer is doing a really bad job in cross-examination.
Not in the report, but it is where she had access into my file. She had to go into my files in order to obtain that report.
Is it your contention that she had access to any private banking information in the report?
Maybe not in the report, but if she got into my account, she had access to everything that I put in there.
Do you have personal knowledge that that's the case?
I don't, because the investigation.
So this is something that I was kind of talking about earlier, that for like a government position, the answer to the question doesn't necessarily matter. Because the problem is the accessing of the files by itself is what gets you in trouble. It doesn't matter what specifically you pulled from them. Now, it could what you pulled from them could matter if you're posting them in public, in which case there are tiers of information which could get you in more or less trouble.
Well, this is why I'm saying that this lawyer is doing a bad job on cross, is because none of these questions are answering are contesting the fact that she did what she's being accused of, which is improperly accessing the files. In fact, all the questions suggest that it's in the affirmative that yes, she did, but it's okay because such and such and such and such. What we're saying is there is no but it's okay. She did this and it is wrong, period.
Yeah.
So any question that she asks this person on cross that's not in relation to disprove or attempting to disprove that these files were accessed, which is impossible at this point. But any question in irrelevant to that is completely inappropriate, and this lawyer is just floundering for time because again, they've lost this case.
Yeah. You'd think so.
Yeah, I know. Jesus.
Wolfsbane for 5.
Typically
Now I know why
speaking.
most judges look cranky and have a permanent scowl. If I had to deal with these geniuses, I'd have one too.
Was stopped.
Yeah, if you ever find like a bubbly or
know.
happily judge, like something's wrong.
Oh, there is one.
There's something wrong with that mentality.
The guy with the bow tie.
Oh, I love him.
He always seems
But
pretty bubbly
he's also
and happy.
he's upbeat a lot of the time, but I've seen him get mad, and I've seen him reach the line with me and drop the hammer in a way that goes like, yeah, okay. He's not always happy, therefore it's not a red flag. I'm talking about there's a couple judges, this one in Virginia. A bitch is always smiling, happy, fucking just like there's something in your closet you don't want people to know. There's no one comes in and everyone always has a great day. Everybody has at least one bad day, but this bitch, I swear to God, has never had a bad day in her life. And
Yeah.
that's just suspicious.
No, that's understandable.
Especially in a judge. You should
anything. There have been no findings.
And on what basis then do you claim that Ms. Stacy Sidzik had access to anything beyond what is publicly available?
I don't have my bank account information nor
That's a good question.
any of my private social, any of that on public knowledge. No, ma'am, I don't.
I guess what I'm asking you is what makes you believe, do you have, I think the question maybe perhaps was already answered. Do you have any personal
Time to
knowledge
reset.
that something beyond?
Pardon?
Time to reset. She should have done, hold on, let me rephrase that. And then just stopped a second. She just went, no, stop. Stop using your words, reset your tongue, and then start again.
Yeah. She's trying to keep the momentum, but she doesn't seem to realize she's already lost it. Like the momentum's gone,
There's
hon.
also no need to have momentum here, because there's no jury.
Yeah. You're in front of a judge. The judge will give you time to recenter yourself. They're pretty good about that.
Beyond your paycheck amounts was available to Ms. Sidzik?
I don't, because the investigation was stopped, so I do not know what she had gotten into of mine. I don't know what she got access to. I don't know who she sent it to. I don't know what she saved it to. I don't know anything.
Thank you.
Oh,
You have any other questions?
God damn it. That
Not from
was a
Amy
bad
Sidzik.
last question for her.
Yeah. Would you like to give your thoughts
Yeah,
on
that
it?
was kind of that lawyer, I'm sorry, that lawyer had shit questions pretty much the entire time. But those last two questions were answered so poorly. I can see the judge giving it to them now.
Yeah.
A good cross, you'd be surprised what it can do.
You'd think, wouldn't you?
Oh my God, stop doing that.
I'm sorry. It made me so mad.
I know you know the ending.
Because I was a government employee. It pissed me off.
Yeah, yeah.
And Mr. Leone, did you have any other witness?
Nothing further, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Ms. Overbillig, do you wish to call a witness?
Yes, Stacy Sidzik.
Okay, go ahead.
Now, you've already testified in your declaration that you submitted to the court about how you came to access the report. And did you name this report?
No, I did not.
How did it come to have the name Shaban's Amazing Payroll Report?
That is
I'm sorry, fucking what? Did you accidentally name it that? Okay, I was joking about the freaking oh, why was it for this dumb bitch?
What I think possibly happened is I think there are more people at her business that are in on this. Because Shaban is another lady that works at the...
Oh, big time, yeah.
Uh,
Yeah, no, for sure. This is word gossip that like spread and someone's like, oh hey, I managed to get this report and it's like that. This is like probably 2 or 3 like hens in it like little gossip girls in the same company, probably working together to obtain this information, which is why it had such a unique
that's why they
title.
shut it down so quick. They're like, oh yeah, no, we're not going to talk about it.
Yeah.
Talk about it. Pfft, why do we need to do that? It's already done. She's already fired.
Yeah, well,
Epstein document. Why are we still talking
gotta
about
move
that? It's
on.
been
Yeah,
years.
I was just gonna fucking. I mean, yeah.
I had
but,
to.
Look. Hey, Vishocho's dead. Well, why are we still asking questions?
Yeah, their company's gone, guys. I don't understand.
the name of the report that our
Here, let me
financial
delete
analyst
3. Let
named
me
it,
delete and
and
rephrase myself 3 times, and then just give up.
Pretty much, yeah.
when you run the report, it automatically is ran as that, and it was ran and saved as that.
It's what?
Whose report were you initially intending to act?
No, there's no federal government. There's no federal agency that automatically pull the report and automatically names it so-and-so's amazing financial report. Come on.
Yeah.
You literally just said the system did that. Fuck you, in every level. Why are you kidding me?
Yeah, she's trying to claim like there's some like default save name, and I'm like, that's not even just how computers in general work. What are you talking about? Computers just kind of default it to whatever the file name already is. I'm not even sure.
There's no money to run away with.
Basically, yeah. Like I said, this is one of those cases where it's so obvious what happened, and we're not allowed to just say it.
Access.
My report.
When you discovered that you had made a mistake, that you had pulled up the wrong report, what did you do?
I immediately went in and reran my report.
Is it within your job duties to run this report for any North Thurston Schools employee?
Yes, it is.
I want to focus on what the report contains. Did it contain Ms. Amy Sidsick's social security number?
No, it did not.
Did it contain any of her personal banking information?
No, it did not. And can I state that I have no access to any personal information whatsoever?
So let me tell you that this is a lie. So what it is...
I was going to just ask you because you have the experience here.
Yeah, so even both the government and even like Apple did this. But the reports have basically way too much of your information than I feel comfortable with personally. But what it is it's technically hidden. But it's hidden in a way that if you reach up your mouse and you click on it, it immediately unhides it. It's not like a super secret process that it's hidden in the back end. It's literally like when you're signing...
So it's pretty simple to hover your mouse over the spoiler cover and it uncover it, basically.
You know when you're logging into a website and there's a little eyeball that says show password? It's literally just that.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, so
it shows up as a bunch of stars, and then you can click show, and it displays it. So she's trying to hide behind...
You know what? That actually flies in the face of her accidental shit, too.
Yeah.
Because in order to even see this information, you would have to make the conscious decision to click that unhide thing, which means this was not accidental.
Yeah, she's trying to pretend like she doesn't have access to that part. First off, you do. You would be testifying to whether or not you chose to access that specific piece of information, which for me is not a strong argument. But, like, second off, how do you accidentally run a file on a completely separate person? That doesn't make any sense. It annoys me because it's blatantly obvious what happened.
Only access that I have is account codes, which does not have to do with Amy Sidzik's personal information, that it has to do with only accounting for assets and liabilities for accounting purposes, because that is my job description. I deal with account codes only, so I do not have access to social security numbers, bank account information. I have no way of even looking at that on the computer. And my job description can clearly state that.
Did you ever attempt to access her social security number?
No, never.
Did you print Amy Sidzik's report out?
No.
What kind of?
Did you ever send the report?
I can't wait for Mr. Leone's cross here, because it's coming up. I'm interested to see how he's gonna structure it.
Yeah, she has a lot of wild excuses.
To anyone, or copy it, or photograph it, or do anything with it?
Absolutely not.
So you indicated that Shaban's amazing payroll report was a name given to the payroll report by someone else?
Yeah.
Does that mean that every North Thurston
No, you claimed it was a
Schools
system.
employee?
Yeah. I think it could have been given to it by somebody else.
That was
but,
probably good cleanup by her lawyer, actually.
yeah.
She heard it say system, she specified by another person. That puts it on somebody else, not the system, which is an absolute insane excuse. That just sounds like a lie. So that was probably just cleanup on the lawyer's behalf.
Yep.
The payroll report would have that name.
That specific report, yes.
Okay. That's all I have, Brian.
All right, thank you.
See,
Mr.
that makes it more suspicious
But,
when
like, I
she
love
adds that
here.
in.
It's like, everyone's like, dude, you can see Leone locking in right now. Bro's getting motivated.
Yeah. Well, because the lawyer cleans it up really well for her with so somebody else gave it that report, or gave it that name.
Yeah.
She's like, yes. But then she felt the need to add, just for that report. You probably don't want to say that. You probably don't want to testify to what other reports are named, or what the naming conventions of reports are.
Yeah, leaving that aspect of it vague could have only served you. Now that you've specified that this specific file and therefore that person has been signaled out uniquely, even if it wasn't by you, that's not a good look.
Yeah.
So the only questions for Stacy Sidzik?
There we go. Miss Sidzik, you acknowledge that my client has some payroll information publicly available, correct?
Yes.
And you acknowledge that your husband, Ryan, is able to obtain all my clients' payroll information, financial information, etc., via discovery in a parenting plan child support case, correct?
Whatever she supplied, yeah, whatever the district information that she already supplied, yes. I don't know.
See, from a personal perspective, I think that hurts her more. Because he's like, so you understand that your husband has access to the necessary information? And he's like, well, some of it. It's like, what do you mean some? What? Why are you clarifying that?
Yeah.
Because then it makes it sound like you're obviously like, yeah, I needed to go get more. She clearly didn't give everything. It sounds so bad for you.
Yeah, some of it, but not enough. What do you mean not enough? I needed more.
I don't know what that information is.
You live with Ryan, correct?
Yes, of course.
There was a certified letter containing the pleadings in the support case delivered to your residence, correct?
I'm sorry, what was that?
There was a certified letter containing the support pleadings in the support case delivered to your residence, correct?
I do not know. It was probably delivered to my husband. I don't have
Okay,
anything
so
to do with any of
translation
that,
to
but,
everybody. basically just said, you got our certified letter with our concerns and the evidence that we have that you have this information, because that's what we had to do. They just plea concerned. So she's acting like she is. What the fuck? I'm like, dude, did you get a letter from us? This is yes or no. It's not I have no idea. You should. You absolutely should.
This is a side note, but when I watched this case, this was like the 5th case in a row I had watched where somebody was asked, "Did you receive our like paperwork?" and they just like fumbled over it.
Yeah, our correspondence.
And it's like, why are you
I mean,
fumbling? Just say
sadly,
yes.
It's such a because if they say they received it, it means they have to acknowledge what was in it, which means they can't pull any bullshit. They can't pull any ignorance is bliss type of shit. So
Yeah.
them acting like I don't know about any letter that I got, now they have a lot more leeway and slack in terms of like I didn't know, I wasn't informed of this. Well, you were, but you're refusing to acknowledge it.
Yeah. I think my favorite was somebody tried to pull that, and the lawyer was like, "Okay, so you know we had it delivered by an actual service company, and you literally signed it."
Oh my god.
And they're like,
Oh
"Oh, they
my
probably faked
God.
my signature." Like, okay, bro.
Are you kidding me?
I've seen a
Wow,
couple
dude,
like that.
That's fucking Cope City. That's Cope City.
I believe in that when the judge just straight yelled at them. Like, outright.
Yeah, I would too. I'm like, dude, fuck you, dude, get out of here. The absolute disrespect to, oh look, somebody in the eye go, that must have been a different guy.
The absolute
Like
cheek of it.
this isn't SpongeBob. Okay, which like this must be your wallet. Well, it's not. What?
You mean it's not your
I
wallet?
found this ID. This says Patrick Star, yes? And it was in this wallet, okay? Which would surmise that this wallet belongs to you. Makes sense to me. So take you what? I can't sell my wallet, motherfucker!
That judge did like straight yell at them though, and they're like, "Stop it! You were I think his specific words were, "You're wasting my court time at this point."
Yeah. I mean, God, if you're gonna just yell at you, usually that means a contempt
Yeah,
charge as well. Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. And you know, he's your husband, so you would anticipate that you would have a discussion regarding change of finances for the family, such as child support modification, correct?
Yes.
And you had this kind of conversation with him on or about August 15th, 2025, correct?
Yes.
So the payroll report at issue in this case, Saban's amazing payroll report, or whatever the exact name is, you generated that on or about August 22nd, 2024, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And this is 7 days after the it came into your family's
That
knowledge.
timeline does not look good.
That there had been a child.
Yeah, that's my real big thing with this. Is it's so obvious because the motion was just filed.
Yeah, I mean,
about the time
would
have just
retaliatory.
received
Like-
our
like-
letter, and you just
Yeah,
happened to
I will say,
accidentally get this.
Leone is doing a very good job laying out the timeline here. Like, if I'm the judge, I don't know how this rules, but like this timeline laid out in this way makes it very clear what the intent was. Even if nothing about nothing about the individual events are necessarily a violation, you bring them all together, it starts to paint a picture.
Yeah.
Child support modification commenced against your husband in Thurston County Superior Court, correct?
Yes.
Okay, 7 days. So, given your previous acknowledgement, would you agree given your previous acknowledgement about what kind of information Amy would have to provide in that case, would you agree that it was unnecessary for you to have obtained that payroll report?
I wasn't obtaining that payroll report.
But you saved it on your computer, did you not?
That was an accident. I was trying to run my report.
Okay, but
Okay.
did it happen or
And
not?
You didn't delete it, did you?
I did delete it, actually.
Okay.
That's actually, if Mr. Pete would have told you, that is exactly where they found it.
Okay.
In my deleted files.
And the second report that you claim was the correct report. why was that not provided to the petitioner to substantiate your defense?
Because that's my report.
Oh.
It wasn't anything that I pulled. I pulled my own report.
I mean, you would imagine that if you had something exculpatory, you would give it to your attorney to give to the other attorney, correct?
I have that information if you'd like it.
Okay. So, and was my client's testimony regarding your duties in finance, dealing with, I guess, banking for various schools within the district, was that correct?
No, that is not correct.
Okay, so what are your duties?
I deal with all the financial accountings. As you can see on the payroll report, there's account codes. It's called an accounting language that deals with all expenditures within the district. I deal with all of the account codes within the entire district, and I do all of that, including paying bills, including journal entries, which is actually what this report is for. There's an account code that's listed on her report, which we do journal entries on a monthly basis for everybody's payroll in the entire district.
Okay.
So my job is accounting, yes.
Okay. So would you agree that the district started an investigation regarding the report found in your computer because it was contrary to district policy for it to have been there?
No.
Okay. Then why did the district start an investigation against you?
Because Amy made allegations against me because she was angry at me, evidently, because we did a discovery.
See what I mean? So, like, not only did you accidentally download her files just days after you got served in a space where, like, you would having all of her financials would be advantageous, it was only discovered because she just so happened to get mad at you and report you. What?
I will say, Leonie is doing an excellent job in Crosshair. He's a little more argumentative than I would prefer, but he is learning to let go of the question and move on to the next one very quickly. And that's the thing, because when you're doing Cross, you're letting their own testimony crumble under the weight of its own lies.
Yeah.
So you ask a question, you get the answer or the argument or whatever, and then you go, okay, and you move on to the next one. Because again, you're letting them pick apart their lies for you just by going through the questions. You don't need to actually get a affirmative yes or no or anything like that. It is entirely on how they're answering the question, not what they are answering with.
Yeah. It's so funny to me. 'Cause it's so obvious, in my opinion.
Oh, big time.
And she does not help herself because she's just fighting, like, she has an excuse for everything.
Yes, yes. It's reminding me of how argumentative Amber Heard started getting on Hard Cross.
Yeah.
No, it was there. It was yeah. But okay, whatever. And move on to the next question. This only helps Leonie and his client.
Yeah. So it is,
or at least supposedly. I don't know how this rules though.
it is kind of important for people to remember this. Like in court proceedings, is even you never lie in court. But if you're going to lie in court, you should be aware that sometimes it's good to have facts that are against you. Because if literally if you're completely lying, if every single fact you bring up just happens to have a perfectly innocent explanation that just happens to be ever so convenient for you, it's really fucking suspicious.
It's extremely suspicious.
It should be the opposite way.
I use
you should
pledge and donate synonymously.
Yeah. It should be the opposite way. There should only, like, occasionally, every once in a while, be something that's positive for you. Not everything is always positive for you. Also, hi, Stario. How's it going? Did not know you switched to YouTube. I do YouTube, Twitch, and Twitter. I was trying Kick, but I kept getting bots
Like a
on
boss.
Kick. Kick is a hard one for me to do. If I buy a fourth
Kick I
channel
only
for
do for the watch
Restream, I'll
alongs
do
with
Kick.
Mama Oko.
True.
Because I got even as little as I've streamed on Kick, boom, fucking bots everywhere.
Yep. It's a little
It's
frustrating.
ridiculous.
I will say, though, when I swapped from Twitch to YouTube, basically all of my Twitch followers went to YouTube, and YouTube took off much better. I guess my type of content is just better on YouTube, maybe. But, yeah, it's fair.
It kind of is, although I don't know what the fuck Twitch is for anymore.
True. Whatever it is, my content just works better on YouTube, and I'm honestly a little happier
Yeah, I mean,
over
I'm
here.
sorry. Twitch really only is welcoming to terrorists, you know.
I get maybe like $40 a month out of Twitch. I'm at the point where I'm getting about like 700 to 800 out of YouTube. Which is why
Damn, that's
I can
pretty good.
finally afford to pay for artists to get me like cool art. Which, by the way, guys, I have recently commissioned some new art, and I think you guys will like it. It is a very creative idea. But we'll see. I don't know where I'm gonna post it. Probably
This
just
is the
Twitter.
one I'm thinking of.
Is it the non-outfit?
Yeah, that one I think is the one you talked to me about.
That's all I'll tell you guys. It involves a non-outfit. That's the most you're getting out of me. I think you guys are gonna like it though. Anyways, we shall continue.
Recovery on her, and we have a child modification. I don't know why. Retaliation?
Okay. And
Oh my God.
if Amy
Okay,
started,
gonna a little advice real quick. Did you see that? That it doesn't matter what she said. I don't know, retaliation, and she did that like shake of her head with the shoulder shrug. That's gonna get you in trouble. Don't do that shit.
Yeah.
Don't play around like that. Is so like the judge will get annoyed at you and will admonish you if you are that argumentative. It's showing up in your mannerisms.
Message from somebody on Twitch. Twitch is for thoughts and terrorists.
Oh my God, yes.
Said from Twitch.
Said from Twitch. Look, hey, you know what? Straight from the source.
an investigation against you. Why wasn't a record of that provided to the court or the petitioner?
There was, I believe there were email traffics that Derek Pete said that he had a phone conversation with her because he believed that there was some information that she was giving him.
Yeah.
The email is in her exhibit. I'm not sure which exhibit. So Amy is the one who made the allegation against me. And that's what Derek Pete told me verbally as well.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Ms. Oberbillig, do you have anything else for your client?
Yeah, that was a good one.
Thank you.
Thank you. Do you have any other testimony?
Good question to end.
Yep.
So, Leonie, briefly, your argument?
Your Honor, definitions before the court, this court's very familiar with. Was there a course of conduct here? Yes. Going through my client's files that the respondent should not have had access
Stop
to.
mumbling. Get your hands out from in front of your face.
She saved one to her computer and then deleted it. And then the obvious inference here is that she was sharing them with her husband. Your Honor, this was 7 days after my client had received proof of service. The respondent's husband had received proof of service for the parenting plan, the child support modification. This was to intimidate my client and illegitimately gain the upper hand against her in a child support modification where all of my client's pay information was available to the respondent's husband anyway under CR 26. This was an extreme and inappropriate measure that should not have been taken and was only done really to intimidate my client. So when we look at a course of conduct, it's a pattern of conduct composed of a series of acts over a period of time, however short, evidencing a continuity of purpose. Course of conduct includes any form of communication, contact, or conduct, and that's the part I believe is pertinent to the statute here.
Misconduct, yeah.
To this case here. This was clear conduct directed against my client going through her files. The respondent's course of conduct appears designed to alarm, annoy, or harass the petitioner. And what else could this have been done to do? Look at how it was couched in a chronological timing. It happens immediately after she asked the court to adjust her support obligation. And there was absolutely no legitimate or lawful purpose for this having to occur. Again, self-help is continuously disfavored by the courts. This should not have occurred. Turning to Section V of Course of Conduct, the respondent's course of conduct has the purpose or effect of unreasonably interfering with the petitioner's privacy, or the purpose or effect of creating an intimidating, hostile, or offensive living environment for the petitioner. Both are present here. My client has had to take leave because of the stress she's under from work due to the respondent's actions here. Additionally, under 7105-010-34C, I believe that we're in stalking territory under the statute as well. Any course of conduct involving repeated or continuing monitoring. This was monitoring of her payroll information, stuff that was not
repeated
available
or
to the public,
continuing.
stuff that might.
Yeah.
That's not
That's where he's going to run into the problem.
a singular instance. However, egregious is not repeated or continuing. However, his course of action and everything else is fucking on point and absolutely should be ruled in the favor of. But yeah, I'm sorry, I can't. With him citing that definition of stalking, I can't get there as a judge.
Also, is the husband not going to testify as well? No, he is technically not a party to this case.
Which is fucking insane, but yeah.
Wife is involved because she has been doing actions on behalf of her husband. However, her husband is technically not proven to ask her to do it.
He doesn't have anything to do with what she did, even though what she did was on his behalf. So this side hearing is basically trying to tackle the issue of that inappropriate behavior.
Yes. It puts it in a weird spot. I keep crashing on Firefox. I have heard Firefox has been having a bit of issues.
Says Opright keep running out of memory.
Yeah.
My client couldn't even run herself. This was done completely inappropriately. The other instances my client gave in her testimony, though they may seem a little bit more low level regarding being shamed for her children, quote, being in a garage on a family vacation to Chelan, the soccer cleat incident, the teddy bear incidents, the bad blood, and the underlying animosity from the client is very, very apparent here. This was not done for the innocent reason that the respondent represents. This was unlawful harassment, and my client requests that an order be granted and should be awarded fees for having to bring this petition.
Thank you. Ms. Overbilly.
Thank you. These facts do not support the issuance of a no contact order, even if petitioner's claims, as she has alleged, were true, but that's something that my client has rebutted and denied. There was simply no access here to sensitive or private data, as petitioner has assumed and advanced in her declaration. In fact, much of her two declarations that she submitted to the court are complaining about her ex-husband. Much of the airtime spent in those declarations has to do with him, and he's not a party to this action. This is about a single discrete event in the past that could not even recur, even if the court were to accept that it was intentional, because respondent is no longer employed by the district. This is not a stalking scenario. There hasn't been monitoring or surveillance established here. Petitioner has often offered into evidence some text messages, most of which, or many of which, are between herself and Ryan Sidzik, who's not a party, but where they do reflect communications between the petitioner and the respondent. They don't come anywhere close to the standard for harassment. In fact, the respondent's tone in those messages is actually quite conciliatory and with an emphasis on co-parenting and talking about being on the same team.
You notice how she says she kind of contradicts herself a bit. She says it's quite conciliatory, and then she goes, but there is an emphasis on her parenting. It's like, I do believe that was...
No, because like as in we can go back, but what she meant was consolatory and an active interest in co-parenting.
I would possibly disagree.
Go back.
I can't.
I heard co-parenting.
In fact, the respondent's tone in those messages is actually quite conciliatory and with an emphasis on co-parenting.
Okay, she just kind of mumbles over
go.
co-parenting.
Yeah,
Co-parenting.
so don't tell me I'm wrong.
To be fair, last time we did something like this, you were very wrong and you completely misheard them. So we are allowed to go back and forth.
Yeah, it's true.
We can call each other out because we're good like that. I get to be the prosecutor, they get to be the defense.
Co-penetration, wobble, Phoenix fire.
Calm down. I mean, if you're into that, you're into that. I'm not gonna judge. You better get it out of your system quick, though, because in the coming months, you might not be allowed to do it anymore.
It's true.
Especially if you live in the UK.
If a bunch of Australian feminists fucking have their way.
Good luck.
And talking about being on the same team. There's no basis here on which to issue an order.
It appears to me and I think it's been acknowledged, the primary motivation for the filing of the petition in this case was finding out that, once again, I'm sorry, but I'm using first names, finding out that Stacy ran a financial report concerning earnings of Amy's earnings history at the school district. Other matters were alleged. Posting of information on Facebook with some negative comments about, at least impliedly, about Amy's parenting abilities. And that's a negative thing. The soccer cleats version, I don't see anything in there that would lead me to believe that was attempted harassment. And likewise on the teddy bear issue. I mean, I can see how somebody in the position of a opposing party would feel that way, but to somebody like me who's just removed and listening to the facts, I don't find that there's enough there to say that Stacy is
he just called that fucking teddy bear incident shit
towards Amy
yeah.
out of some resentment over the filing of a petition for modification of child support. The timing of the access of Amy's earnings history is interesting. Is it coincidental? Was it accidental? Was it intentional? Hard to see across the board. It could have been any one of those, and if it was intentional.
This is kind of what I mean, like, I sort of see where the judge is coming from, but at the same time, it is such bullshit to say, oh, it could have been coincidental, it could have been accidental. A coincidence is one thing happening in a row.
We know what it was.
This is like 7 things aligned in a row.
I would say it could be coincidental, it could be intentional. It could absolutely not be by mistake, though, in my opinion, and the fact that is their main defense means that if I were the judge here, I'm taking a shit on this case.
Yeah.
Because again, it could have been coincidental. It could have been intentional. But the one thing it could not be is by mistake, and that was the defense you chose. And I'm going to punish you for that.
I would also like to point out that this
you're lying to me.
She mentioned it earlier, but this is for a protective order. This is not necessarily for her to get like some sort of recompense out of this. Like, she's not pursuing like legal charges, and she's not pursuing like to get money out of it. She's like, I want a protective order against this person because I believe they are stalking me. Because of how loose that is, if I was a judge, I would be very tempted to go along with it and be like, yeah, sure. Okay. Bye, Ike. Have fun at D&D.
That accessing it is one thing, and there may be ways that that's a problem, and Stacy would have to deal with those if they were treated that way by her employer, or if there was some reason to believe that a crime was committed in that regard. But as far as the harassment petition goes, it wouldn't be harassment to Amy if Amy wasn't aware that it had occurred. That is, she couldn't say I was distressed by Stacy accessing my pay report if she didn't know about it. She, however, knew about it because Mr. P reported it to her. And at that point, then it becomes problematic for her. And that's where the argument is, that this is harassment done by Stacy. But I note in that Stacy's not the one who accessed the report, send it to Amy and say, you're not being truthful about what you earn. I see what you earn here, and you shouldn't be petitioning for a modification of child support based on what you earn, or some other comment she might make if she was alerting Amy that, hey, I got you into your financial information, and as a means of harassment or threat, saying I can use it against you.
Oh, I see where he's going with this.
So
would you like to give your thoughts?
I'm not sure on this one. I do understand what he's saying is because she found out through a third party reporting to her that Stacy had obtained this information on her. It's not, the argument for intimidation or harassment, at least directly, cannot be made because she did not come to you, present this information, go, look, you can't do this, blah, 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 and go from there. You found out through your HR department, a third party, that it had happened, and then inquired, but to suggest that that was intimidation is perhaps a bit much because, again, there was no direct contact made out. So with the lack of direct contact or the direct attempt to intimidate utilizing those documents, it's hard to get to or find for intimidation and harassment.
Yeah.
Although I will say, geez, this one's hard because I do think it's not intimidation or harassment, but I do believe that there's some kind of cause of action that the lawyer here has failed to bring that the judge could find for.
Which is a fair point.
So I think this is a failing of the lawyer. Honestly.
Understandable.
in this case, I don't know why Stacy accessed that report initially. She's offered an explanation, and Amy's offered the opposite explanation. But regardless, there was no intent to there was no evidence that accessing information was used to harass Amy. It became harassment when Amy found out from somebody else, not Stacy, that it had occurred. For those reasons, I'll find that there's not evidence of harassment engaged in by Stacy against Amy. I will deny the request for the order.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Are you kidding?
That is how that one ends.
Yeah, I'm not really upset with the judge there. What he was presented with, he couldn't find for, which means that what was presented wasn't appropriate in that it came down to that matter.
Yeah, I just find it deep frustrating.
Yeah, I'm frustrated too because I wasn't happy with the ruling, but it's because I'm contextualizing it with stuff that I know the judge isn't allowed to.
Yes. See, that's what I'm saying the whole time. I'm like, you'd think, wouldn't you? But no, at the end, it's like, yeah, no, we can't look at that. Oh, it's just so frustrating. It did more civilly than most
I really
cases
don't like
you
that he
covered.
considered that it could be accidental. I'm like, no, you go into like 3 layers of 1, you pulled the report, 2, you actively fucking saved it to your device, 3, you renamed it, and 4, you deleted it, and it was resting in your recycle bin, which means you know what you did was wrong.
Yeah. And then you only got caught because somebody found it because of a report. According to you.
Yeah, that's a... Yeah.
It's just it's too much coincidence. He seemed dismissive over everything. He did seem a bit dismissive, which it's unfortunate. However, I don't doubt that more cases between these two came out after that.
Oh, I'm sure.
It doesn't just stop there just because
I mean,
the
what's
judge
nice too is
said,
he even mentioned, he's like, look, if you believe that this information was accessed on a level inappropriate enough to warrant like a criminal pursuit or something like that, that's your prerogative. And he basically said, like, look, this is not I can't adjudicate on this specifically, this action, but where it comes to you using this action to justify the cause of action of harassment and intimidation, I cannot find for.
yeah.
But the judge did low-key straight up suggest that they look into criminally charging her.
Also, really quick, a couple of $2 super chats kind of slipped past me. Sertano for 2. I love my Oshi Ava. Ava got the support in the chat.
Oh, thank you.
Artemis for 2. Mom, the height challenged folks are fighting.
Oh my god.
We're not like fighting. It's spirited debate. Like, we're not gonna walk away from this and be like, God, you fucking bitch, how could you do that to me? Not V Shoujo.
Well, look, this has been a very, what would be the word? Like, for the internet to see two people who are focused on like law-centric topics, right? There's going to be many instances where Mizu and I do not align on one particular issue or another. But just like lawyers in real life, like prosecutors and defense attorneys, they're friends. They have lunch together. They don't fucking let one case ruin their friendship. Because guess what? You're fucking dealing with these people, looking at them in court and arguing against them in court freaking every day for years, if not decades. So you have to have the nuance to have the ability to disagree with somebody while also like, yeah, they're cool.
Yeah.
Because sometimes a lawyer has to argue something they don't want to argue. They might not believe in, but because the argument is in Zoe's defense of their client, they have to pursue it. So lawyers and people talking about the law, you can't take it personally.
And Ava and I just like to be really zealous with our opinions because it's more fun that way.
Yeah.
Like, we're talking about legal stuff. I think it'd be kind of boring if we both got up here and we were like, oh, let's just agree to disagree and not talk about this anymore.
You just straddle in the fucking fence.
Yeah. Either straddle the fence or every time we got in a small disagreement, be like, oh, just agree to disagree. We won't talk about this anymore. It's boring.
Yeah, no.
We wouldn't get to talk about anything, really. Or at least nothing interesting.
Yeah, we just sit here and watch and then leave. That's not a good autism.
Wolfsbane for 2. Ava would
and
have
of course,
a permanent
Lawli
resting bitch face.
Teddy.
It was back when we were talking about like how annoying the courtrooms were.
This is as close to a resting bitch face as I have.
And Baked Buddhist sent a $10 super chat. It's super appreciated. If you wanted to include like a message with that, you can type it in chat because you didn't include one with that one. If not, thank you for the support. It's much appreciated. And as always, it's nice to have all you guys here. It's nice that you enjoy our little autism show. Is Ava streaming tonight, or?
I am streaming tonight on the usual place.
Got you. So don't forget to go check out Ava, guys.
For those who know, you know. It's a scavenger hunt, and you have to be whitelisted even if you do find the stream channel. So, like, it's like a whole like obstacle course to get to those fun streams.
I know. I just didn't want to. I send supers all the time, but thanks. I said enough for today. No problem. I just don't want. I know sometimes people accidentally hit the button to send it before they type their message.
Dude, I felt so bad. Yesterday, Festiva sent me freaking $100 super that what was I doing?
Did you
Oh,
miss
I
it?
think I was making my character. Yes, I did. I felt so bad. So I was making like character in Baldur's Gate 3. On Saturdays I'm gonna do like Baldur's Gate 3 where like I have an open lobby. So if someone wants to join the campaign or whatever, I'll make room for that.
That sounds like a shit show.
But it does, and that's D&D in general, and that sounds
Fair.
amazing to me. Anyway, I was making like characters hyper focus on whatever I was doing. And I look over and I'm like, oh, you missed it. You missed it. I'm like, what did I miss? I scroll up and I see the red. I'm like, oh my God, I'm the worst person on the planet.
Oh, how dare, Ava. How dare.
It was, look, it was a long winded thing about plapping me. So,
You still gotta read it.
you know, it's,
You pays it, you says
I
it.
could have, yeah, I did. I mean, I did read it. I did read it. I missed it, but I read it. So it's fine. It's fine.
Chat, you pays it, I
Probably.
says it. No problem.
It's true. I do that as long as it's not a slur.
Yes, if it's not gonna get me banned, you pays it, I says it.
Yeah.
It's gonna get me banned, I'm gonna self-censor it, I'm sorry. I like having my platform.
Yeah, probably. If I'm not on stream, damn, the things I say can sometimes surprise me.
Apparently the things I say when I'm on other people's streams surprise them.
Wait, what did you say?
Everything. Always say everything.
Look, when Raging Bull is in the chat, honestly, I get anxious and nervous as fuck. Because I trust you to be able to say shit that's true. It's unhinged, it's a hot take, whatever, but it's legally safe. You know what I mean? Raging Bull, no, he doesn't have that. In fucking God, it gives me a goddamn palpitations, I swear to God.
He lacks the filter.
He does. He lacks the legal like you can say crazy shit, but it's filtered by like, yeah, this couldn't get me in legal trouble, right? He doesn't have that. And it's even crazier because he's a Jew. He should.
Yeah. Let's see, who is
Where's your inner lawyer instincts, Raging Bull?
I don't recognize this person, but maybe I sent you guys here.
Kinda.
Oh, I finally figured out how to raid.
Oh, that's nice.
I'm so happy.
Here, guys, this is a VTuber playing the game Last Report. I was actually considering to play that one day, so I might as well send you guys over there. Remember to be good for them. We are always good for the people we raid into.
Hasta luego, muchachos.
Have a great day, guys, and we will see you for Lawtism next Sunday. Same time, same place. Bye, everybody.